microphone, please mute all your microphone. Good morning and welcome to the CLIC Final Conference. We are very happy to have you here together with us. I'm a little bit in emotion for this final event of the CLIC project. It is a Horizon 2020 EU-funded research that lasts for the last 3-4 years. So it's a group of 15 partners from all over Europe, including researchers, academics, cities, representatives, enterprises. So a very heterogeneous group that worked together for the last years to create this research project, to develop an idea ideated, launched by Professor Luigi Fusco Girard, and we are all very happy to present the result of this work today. Let me introduce very quickly this session and the whole conference. We will have 2 days, this morning and tomorrow morning, in which we will have 3 sessions every day. The session of today is about the CLIC framework. So we will introduce the concept of the project, the approach, and the idea behind this. Then we will have a second session. So we hope that you will be with us. You will stay with us also for the second session regarding the innovative circular governance models that we tested in 4 cities and regions and with social cultural organizations who worked with us. After this, we will have a third session regarding tools for the circular governance. So how do we bring this on the ground? And then we will have a first conclusion and go to the next day tomorrow. So this morning, in this session, I will be pleased to give the floor to CNR IRIS Director, and then we have a video message of UNESCO Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center. Then we will have Luigi Fusco Girard speech regarding the CLIC framework, and then we will have an incredible session with amazing speakers, keynote speakers, who will be Ugo Guarnacci, Giampaolo D'Andrea, Teresa Patricio, and Christian Ost. Let me introduce later all the speakers. Now I am very pleased to give the floor to Massimo Clemente. He is architect and urban planner, and he is the director of the Institute for Research and Innovation and Services for Development of the National Research Council, that is the organization coordinating the CLIC project. Massimo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Antonia. Good morning, everyone. Welcome in this virtual headquarters of IRIS. Welcome to the representatives of European Commission, and welcome to national and local institution representatives, and welcome to all colleagues. Today is the end of a beautiful experience to which many of you and many people have given an important contribution, as in IRIS, CNR, and in all the prestigious partners of the project. Today, I would like to thank, first of all, Professor Luigi Fusco Girard, because he was the aim of this project. He's an international point of reference on circular economy, and he has gathered the high-level scholars in the project and the high level of all of you that are here today. And I would like to thank in a special way my past director, Alfonso Morvillo, who has promoted and governed as a coordinator this project, even in difficult moments. So in the, as we say in the marriage, in the good and the bad times. And so a special thank to Alfonso. Furthermore, I will give a great thank to all of you, all the partners that has collaborated with us in these years. And I think that this work of these 2 days is not the work of the end of the project. I have the hope that this is a restarting point, because I think that in this moment, the challenge is to transform this great level of knowledge, of competence, of results of the research in a better quality of life for the European citizens. So this is the theme. I think this is the challenge. And for our institute, this is what we are going to do today, tomorrow, and the next month. And I'm pleased also to invite all of you. We have in the month of October 3 days dedicated to the green-blue. That is the green-blue days. You can find on the internet greenbluedays.it. 3 days dedicated to the circular economy, of course, with Professor Luigi Fusco Girard and other colleagues and the representatives of the Italian institutions, ministries, and so on. So thank you to all of you. Good work, and hope to see you soon in other experience of work together. Good work.
Thank you very much, Director Clemente. Now I'm very pleased to introduce the video message of Jyoti Osagrahar, who is the Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center at UNESCO. Please open the microphone.
It's my great pleasure to be with you today. Many thanks to Luigi Fusco Girard and Christian Nost for this invitation. Let me just switch quickly to a presentation. So I hope that you are able to see my presentation. So I want to just very briefly talk about the circular economy for sustainable management of historic cities. The Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation was adopted by the General Conference of UNESCO in November of 2011. The recommendation is very key for proposing ways to integrate heritage conservation with sustainable urban development. It also takes a landscape approach to looking at cities and urban heritage as composed not only of physical structures or monuments, but really as an integrated place with built forms, natural environment, natural heritage, and the local community and their practices. So it is about a lived place. And this is a very central approach to managing change in urban areas. Such an approach has become especially useful in thinking about places as being multidimensional, not just as having a single dimension as a monument to be visually observed, but rather as a lived place, and to look at a systemic approach to managing them. It's also about being able to see their values as being multidimensional in this way, and to look at the circular relationships between these different aspects and dimensions. World Heritage Cities have today faced a number of different threats to their outstanding universal value. As you know, World Heritage Cities are inscribed on the World Heritage List for a specific criteria that must be protected. Their conditions of integrity and authenticity must be protected and must continue to be relevant. And its management plan and management systems must continue to support the way that this protection mechanism functions. From poor management practices, plans, and systems to the threats of climate change, rapid urbanization, and disasters due to natural hazards. These are only a few of the many different threats to World Heritage Cities today. The unplanned and rapid urban development creates a number of different pressures. But when we're looking specifically at the idea of heritage being impacted also by climate change and related risks, that too includes the increasing risk of climate-related disasters, rising water levels, sea level rise, as well as flooding, droughts, hurricanes, create more and more threats to World Heritage Cities. The multidimensional aspect of cities was one of the things that was looked at very carefully by the expert meeting in January of 2020, And you can find on the website of the World Heritage Cities Program the Fukuoka outcomes that identified local attributes of urban heritage identity in addition to the outstanding universal value for which it is inscribed. And a number of steps have been identified for the implementation of the whole approach of the historic urban landscape recommendation approach. Because of this increasing risk of climate-related disasters, there has been also now a call for the updating of the policy document for World Heritage and climate change. There is also the World Heritage and Sustainable Development Policy that helps and supports the implementation of policies and actions in and around World Heritage sites to contribute towards the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm not going to go into a number of activities and documents, principles developed by UNESCO, but I want to just take a minute to talk about the importance of such a perspective, of an integrated perspective, also in looking at a new initiative that has been established only a few months ago, an initiative of the World Heritage Center and UNESCO with the Group on Earth Observation and the CLIC Geo Office, which is a urban heritage climate observatory to study, document, and develop strategies for managing climate, to understand, to study and document the impacts of climate change on World Heritage cities, and to develop responses, adaptation strategies to them. I want to just leave you with some information about some of the activities of the World Heritage Center and invite you to join us in these activities. The World Heritage Cities Program and its activities, of course, the website of the whole recommendation, our monthly newsletter, Urban Notebooks, and the World Heritage City Lab, which are very innovative co-creation labs for developing strategies and solutions to the challenges of managing World Heritage cities, and the World Heritage Cities Dialogues as a network of site managers. I want, last of all, to invite you also to join the UNESCO call for action to support the implementation of the HUL recommendation. The call breaks the recommendation down into 3 concrete actions in order to promote the implementation of the historic urban landscape approach in cities. And we would like to invite you to join us. You can sign up by going to the World Heritage Cities Program website or the Historic Urban Landscape Recommendation website on the web pages of the World Heritage Center UNESCO. With that, I want to wish the CLIC Final Conference all the very best and applaud the approach of the circular economy and looking at the integration of heritage management and cultural heritage in and with the circular economy. Thank you very much and all the very best for this conference. Look forward to receiving the outcomes and to sharing them. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I thank virtually Yoti Osagraro for this message. I hope that she will look at this conference. We are recording, it's on streaming on Facebook, so you will have also the possibility to look one more time at this. But now I need to give the floor to Professor Luigi Fusco Girard, the scientific coordinator of the CLIC project, Emeritus Professor at the University of Napoli, Federico II, Associate at CNR IRIS, and he will present the cultural and scientific framework of the Horizon 2020 CLIC project. So, Professor Fusco Girard, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Antonia. Can we, yes, can we show, okay. I have prepared this presentation organizing these 6 points. Many elements of the introduction of Jyoti are included in my presentation. Why? Because the logic of historical landscape is exactly the same of the logic of CLIC project. And it is the same evolutionary approach that is incorporated in both these experiences. Next one, please. Yes, I will, next one, please. Next one, please. I think that we have here to move in 2 directions. I interpreted this presentation not only as the formal presentation of the conclusion of CLIC research, but also as a moment, as a step for integrating with new ideas, with new fresh ideas, the outcomes, the conclusion of CLIC. So I imagine these 2 days as a way to combine our ideas to promote new ideas that could be useful in operational terms for implementing the European Green Deal. We have implemented some conclusion of CLIC in 4 cities: Salerno, Rijeka, Amsterdam, Västra, and these experiences will be presented in these 2 days. The ambition of CLIC. The ambition is, yes, to become able to cooperate, to implement the Agenda 2030 goals, but also the new urban agenda goals, and also the UNESCO goals of historical landscape, considering the last approach of the European Commission that is about the European new Bauhaus. It is also an important element. So we have analyzed around 130 case studies in many European countries. And so we can today propose some specific conclusion about innovative financing, innovative business, innovative governance, new models for adaptive reuse of our cultural heritage. I would like to stress 2 characteristics of CLIC research. The first one is the assumption of the ecological paradigm to reconnect our built environment with nature life networks. This is a very important challenge. The second characteristic is the assumption of the human-centered paradigm to reconnect the human beings, each other, but also each other with the future generations. In this perspective, a key role is recognized to the culture dimension and to the cultural condition for sustainable development. The ambition of CLIC is to offer a cultural criteria for sustainability. Starting from the management, the reuse of European cultural heritage. Why? Because This approach, the approach of reuse of cultural heritage, can offer us the occasion to reconnect cultural heritage in the space and also in the time dimensions. CLIC is characterized at the end by the notion of evolutionary paradigm. This is the reason why I stressed the relation with the historical human landscape of UNESCO. Complexity, metabolism, entropy, capacity to mimic nature. Some consequences are that we are not interested about the conventional new functions, such as touristic functions, such as social, yes, or residential functions. We are much more interested about the function linked to the creative activities, to the cultural activities, and also to creative cultural industries that are able to self-sustain themselves and also to sustain social, cultural, public functions. The outcomes of CLIC are important also in the immaterial and cultural dimension, because we interpreted, as in the presentation done in the European Parliament, we interpreted the heritage, cultural heritage, as an infrastructure, a connective infrastructure that link the material and immaterial world. This diagram is a diagram that shows the position of the circular human-centered adaptive reuse in the center between ecological paradigm and human-centered paradigm. It is the way to, our way to present natural cultural led solutions that we have tried to propose. From this kind of approach, as you can see, the circular economy, the evolutionary economics, the ecology, the biodiversity field on one side, and the human development, human paradigm, and so on, in social impacts, and so on the other side, we can deduce the way in which the circular city can be implemented using the heritage as the entry point, and in implementing the tools for evaluations, for improving our public choices, because here is a very important problem about the quality of our common decision-making processes. But this diagram, this figure, is also available, is also possible to shift to the circular governance, the next one, to circular business models, and also to the financial circular models, financial circular models, as you can hear in the next presentations. So I think that we can go immediately to the second point about the circular human-centered adaptive reuse. That is a complex design and complex management process. The next one, please. It is the next one, please. Yes. It is the complex design and complex management process. Yes, we have many definitions of adaptive reuse coming from the Polghetti Research Institute. But at the end, the adaptive reuse is in any case a very complex process. Why? Because it requires the capacity to distinguish and to select essential elements from other accessory elements. This means the capacity to critical choice, to make a critical choice between different conflicting values, needs, preferences, goals, objectives, carried out by different subjects with different strategies. But the circular human-centered adaptive reuse is much more complex process. Why? Because it requires the integration, a systemic integration between natural and built capital, between human and social capital, between human social and natural built capital, regenerating all forms of capitals, both tangible and intangible. Managing many ecological, social, environmental, symbolic, aesthetical, technological aspects and many different private, public, social subjects. This is the representation of the circular adaptive reuse in the perspective of the human-centered paradigm. You can compare this diagram with the conventional, the previous one, yes, with the traditional adaptive reuse. It is much more simple. Also, if it is complex in its structure, but it's much more simple. Okay, the next one. The next one is about a fundamental ingredient, the creativity. The creativity is a fundamental element for implementing a good adaptive reuse and for facing this high complexity. This high complexity is not related, and the creativity is not only related to the reuse architectural project, but in particular to the management steps, to the management models, to the management projects. And this means that we have to stress here the creativity of the entrepreneurs, of entrepreneurships, in creating new organization, in transforming the cultural resource in a complex of systemic relationships. This adaptive reuse is characterized by a continuous reorganization that transforms a simple aggregate into a new structure continuously, with innovative organization based on reciprocal and dynamic relationships of complementarity, which in turn generate synergies and symbiosis. This is that diagram. This is the diagram that we assumed of as the fundamental diagram in CLIC. It is the diagram related to the general conditions for the success of adaptive reuse. It is grounded on these three points. The regenerative capacity. This means the autopoietic capacity, the self-regenerative capacity. We have to imagine this adaptive reuse, first of all, in terms of promoting self-regenerative capacity. From this self-organization, self-managed capacity, we have a flow of instrumental values. This means a flow of generative capacity that are spread in the territory. But we have also a feedback, a possible feedback in terms of cultural value, social, economic value, for improving the original regenerative capacity. And the third element, the third principle of the success is the symbiotic capacity. This means the capacity to dialogue, to make a dialogue, continuous dialogue with the context and with the changing context. This means continuous adjustment, continuous capacity to regenerate, reformulate this adjustment, learning from failure and learning from successes. This other figure, yes, is an example for proposing this process in this designing and in planning. This is an example in which we can start from an original combination of functions, for example, artistic function, social functions, cultural functions, museums and so on, and also of social housing functions. Coming from them, we have to change, to rebalance the relationship between functions, introducing new self-regenerating functions, such as the commercial functions you see in the diagram, in the figure on the right, and also recombining these relationships in a continuous process, in evolutionary process. Why? Because we have to search together with the people, with the citizen, with the expert, the more balanced solutions, the more satisfying solution. We have not the possibility to choose to identify the optimal solution. We can also find the more balanced solution. Integrating green areas with the original area, so that improving the capacity to regenerate relationship with the networks of nature. The next one, please. The other points, key points, is the key role in CLIC research for improving the quality of our common decision processes. This means the co-evaluation evolutionary processes. And this means the new tools for co-evaluation evolutionary process. We have made some experiments using different multi-attribute utility theory approach, such as different Electre, regime, EVA-mix, NIAD, and so on tools, for identifying the more, in Salerno, for example, the more satisfying solution. And these tools help us to compare continuously the benefit and the cost in a multidimensional aspects, deducing some priorities, using quantitative and, first of all, qualitative metrics. This is an important element because we have proposed a new combination of quantitative and qualitative metrics. And some example, for example, in Salerno, for example, in Vasta Grota has been done. The next one. Yes, at the end, not the previous, please. The previous, please. How much time I have still? How much? How many minutes?
2 minutes.
1,
2 minutes.
1, 2 minutes. Okay, this is the diagram about this evolutionary spiral from many criteria with many different ways, with many alternatives. It's possible to come to the satisfying solutions. The next one, please. This is another way to present with the people participation, the ideal project and the capacity to start from a hypothesis and to identify the best solution. In conclusion, my conclusion are this. First conclusion is we have to adopt a plus-based approach. That means to connect single areas, single points with a network in the built and natural heritage, in the network of places, in a systemic perspective. The second conclusion is about the importance of material and immaterial forms of metabolism. This means that it is not only important the quantitative metabolism, but also the immaterial change of knowledge, values, and so on. And the third aspect is the promotion of a new culture, the culture of the us, because the real challenge is inside of each of us, is not outside. It is this a critical challenge because it is an interior one, and this means that we have to open our way of behavior, and the adaptive reuse of cultural heritage is also a good starting point in this direction. That is the direction of the critical cultural condition for sustainable development that are not only linked to the economic aspect or to the ecological aspect, but also, perhaps first of all, to the cultural condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Fusco Girard. This is really food for thought. So we hope that these 2 days will be 2 days of exchange, of discussion, of critical opinions from all the participants. And we are very lucky to have really high-level experts, international experts, in all these 2 days, not only from CLIC, from valued CLIC partners, but also from other organizations. Now, I'm very happy to give the floor to Ugo Guarnacci. Ugo is project advisor at the European Research Executive Agency of the European Commission. He manages Horizon 2020 projects, Horizon Europe projects, or smart and sustainable cities, social and cultural innovation, nature-based solutions. So he will give a keynote speech representing the European Commission and will also moderate the next session with the other keynote speakers. So Ugo, thanks a lot for taking this role, and the floor is yours.
So good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot, Antonia, for the presentation, Professor Fusco Girard, and I think to the whole coordination team of CLIC. I must admit, I feel quite emotional about the end of this project. It has been a learning journey, and that would be the line of reflection I'll try to share with you today. Before going through that, I really want to congratulate the whole consortium for this amazing journey, for this amazing work. I think I've been astonished and also thrilled to work with such brilliant minds across different organizations at the EU level. This is the beauty of the investment that the Commission does in EU research and innovation. I think you're tangible proof of that. I mean, the video at the very beginning mentioned the high level of publication that you've been producing as a research and innovation action, but also the mobilization of different stakeholders working at the intersection of circular economy, cultural heritage and adaptive reuse, the World Bank, the UNESCO, other UN bodies, the OECD, just to mention a few of them, of course, the EU institution family, but also other players that are equally important in this landscape. For instance, the startups with the startup competitions. So I really believe that you did address the ecosystem of research, innovation, and creativity, which are key pillars in this debate. As an economist, I'm quite biased, so my reflection on the CLIC, on the circularity process, will be starting by two dimensions that you might consider boring in the economic axis, which are time and space. But I would like to first present it in a more static way, as an economist generally does, and then try to also highlight why I think that those are not static at all, but rather dynamic, as actually Professor Fusco Girard just highlighted. So where do I think CLIC really contributed in terms of time? Well, CLIC started in December 2017, and 2 years after, the Commission actually adopted in 2015 the first Circular Economy Action Plan, where the Commission put, of course, a lot of emphasis on the need to close the loop between consumption and production, and where, of course, sustainable waste management was a key part of this first action plan on circular economy, and reuse being part of it, in line with the narrative that was built at international level with the SDG number 12. And CLIC, of course, embraced this narrative of closing the loop and, of course, of reuse of cultural heritage, but push it even further, because it added the human-centered and human-based approach to circular economy, where, as Professor Fusco Girard said, the CLIC project wants to demonstrate that tangible and intangible cultural heritage are not always to be considered distinctive in a conflicted way, but are actually a part of the same production process and reuse process. And that was exactly the narrative that in December 2019, the Commission put forward with the adoption of the EU Green Deal. The EU Green Deal does not only have the aim of actually making Europe climate neutral by 2050, but at the key of the strategy is ensuring a sustainable and inclusive transition. And in order to have this sustainable and inclusive transition, we cannot deem from those intangible aspects that Professor Fusco Girard just mentioned, that a key component of cultural heritage adaptive reuse. And that aspect of intangibility has been even more put up front when the Commission in March 2020 actually put forward a new circular economy action plan, where one of the objectives was make circularity work for people, region, and cities. And in this locality, CLIC had a lot to offer, because already was fostering this implementation in very 4 different pilots, from Salerno to Rijeka to Maastricht and Amsterdam, where actually making circularity work for people was embedded in the social cultural norms of those places. And last but not least, in terms of this timeline, we had in January 2020 at the EU policy level, the new European Bauhaus, where actually the President von der Leyen clearly stated in her State of the Union speech in December 2020 that why she wanted to put forward the new European Bauhaus strategy was actually to make the Green Deal, quoting her, culture and human-centered, a cultural and human-centered experience. So you see that actually CLIC was addressing all the three of these dimensions of the European Bauhaus: sustainability in terms of circularity, the aesthetic experience that is part of the Bauhaus, beauty at the center of sustainability, but also inclusion in terms of both affordability and accessibility of cultural landscapes and historic buildings. And so here from time, I want to move to space to actually explain how CLIC contributed to this circular vision of spaces from a business and financial model perspective. Well, I think, first and foremost, CLIC was born from a call that colleagues put forward when drafting Horizon 2020, Manuela de Mena being one of them, present in this workshop, of coming from an expert group when we launched the new calls of Horizon 2020. Cultural heritage is not just something to protect, conserve, and restore. It's a key asset within the production asset of cities. And therefore, if it's a productive factor for cities to be more sustainable and creative, it has to be embedded in the circular economy process of consumption, production, reuse, and waste management. But where CLIC had, I think, an added value in line with the UNESCO presentation is showing that not only, as the UNESCO representative said, spaces are multidimensional. I mean, CLIC also showed that spaces are embedded in the idea of multi-usages. There are multiple usages of spaces that cities can put forward. And what relevant aspect that was during the pandemic, when actually we saw cultural center, theater, cinemas, churches reused, for example, as a vaccination hub or as a testing center. That was a clear, unfortunately for the pandemic itself, but a clear example of the reuse of spaces that CLIC has highlighted. And I want to conclude by saying, I said that I was using this time and space as entry points to highlight the key amazing results coming from this project. But time and spaces are not static, are dynamics. Why? Where is the circularity? The circularity of CLIC comes by inputting in the business and financial models, not only the classic economic elements that we all know when drafting and putting together a model, but also putting in there the human-centered perspective coming from the social capital analysis, and therefore the element of trust, the element of cooperation when doing the co-creation in the cities that is selected, and the actually element of creativity. And those elements are what actually make time and space in economic terms a continuous reorganization, quoting Luigi Fusco Girard, what he just said. So I want to conclude saying that I'm very proud of this result. I'm sure during the debate that we'll have today, we will be having more reflection also coming from this panel and just moderating on business financial models and the tangible and intangible component. I'm passionate about opera, and when you go to San Carlo, which is one of the greatest theater to watch the opera, you enter the San Carlo and you see the stage. And if you sit at the balconies in each row of the San Carlo, you will see mirrors there. Why? Because in the past, when people used to see the opera and look at the stage, the mirrors will allow them to look backward to the royal balcony of the San Carlo, where the king used to be seated. And I think this circularity of the San Carlo coming from the CNR Naples coordinating this project really shows that whenever we use a place, there is always this mix of past, present, and future. And therefore, this tangible and intangible aspect of cultural heritage must be considered a key element of whatever model we are putting forward, and therefore also of the circular economy model. So I really would like to thank the CLIC project for this. And without further ado, I think we have also 3 keynote speakers that will allow us to dig much more into this reflection. And I would like to give the floor to Gianpaolo D'Andrea from the Italian Ministry of Cultural Heritage. He will deliver his reflection in Italian, but afterwards we will also have at each point the translation in English. Gianpaolo D'Andrea, thank you very much for being with us. The floor is yours.
Allora, buongiorno a tutti, grazie per avermi coinvolto in questa riflessione che considero molto interessante, sia come lettore attento di quello che succede nel mondo, dobbiamo dire, può succedere nel mondo, in una circostanza come questa. Alludo soprattutto ai cambiamenti climatici, che proprio ieri il nostro Presidente del Consiglio Draghi richiamava come un'emergenza da affrontare con energia e tempestività, con il concorso evidentemente, il protagonismo dell'Europa nel suo insieme, se l'Europa vuole raggiungere gli obiettivi che si è prefissata di concorrere a una riduzione delle emissioni che possano farci guardare con altro ottimismo al futuro, sia dal punto di vista delle prospettive che le politiche di valorizzazione culturale possono aprire con riferimento ai temi che sono stati oggetto delle riflessioni di questa mattina, in particolare alcune indicazioni di Luigi Fusco Girard, che riporta un po' a sistema una riflessione che è cominciata da tempo e sulla quale abbiamo avuto anche altre opportunità di confronto, cioè cercare di collegare la capacità, la possibilità di disegnare una strategia di riuso del patrimonio culturale nella prospettiva di una economia circolare.
Scusi,
Con...
Andrea, posso interrompere così diamo anche magari il tempo all'interprete di produrre?
Sì, 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 infatti.
We go with the translation, so we
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for involving me in this collective reflection that I deem very interesting from many points of view. First of all, as a reader and observer of what happens in the world nowadays, and I'm referring to what has been said so far about the impact of climate change. And I just want to remind you of the fact that our Prime Minister, the Italian Prime Minister, Mr. Draghi, just yesterday, reiterated that it is urgent that we all tackle this world emergency at an European level if the European Union really wants to reach its goals, the goals that it has defined in terms of reduction of emissions. But it is very interesting also from another point of view, I mean, in the perspective of cultural heritage regeneration and all the opportunities that these policies and these initiatives can offer. And I refer to some of the interesting key points raised by Professor Fusco Girard, who mentioned some very important elements, for instance, how important it is to connect the capacity, the ability to to design a strategy of cultural heritage reuse, also in the perspective of circular economy.
Thanks a lot. Dottor D'Andrea, prego, grazie.
Noi esperienze di riuso funzionale del patrimonio culturale abbandonato al suo destino, senza alterarne il valore storico identitario, ne abbiamo conosciute molte e significative qua e là in Italia, in Europa e anche fuori d'Europa. Io penso come a due località in un certo senso simili da questo punto di vista, Matera in Italia e Petra in Giordania. Sono diventati un po' il riferimento di queste esperienze positive. Ma nella prospettiva che ci indica Fusco Girard, in realtà non basta questo tipo di sforzo che pure è stato compiuto, nel senso che dobbiamo andare più avanti. Bisogna rendere, dice lui dice simbiotica, è una bella espressione, la relazione tra il riuso funzionale del patrimonio culturale e la rigenerazione urbana, cioè la rigenerazione degli assetti del contesto nel quale questo patrimonio culturale può esercitare il suo valore aggiunto attrattivo dal punto di vista turistico e il suo valore aggiunto dal punto di vista del concorso allo sviluppo di nuove forme di economia, al centro delle quali va posta la creatività come contenuto e anche come metodologia.
Diamo una possibilità all'interprete magari.
Yes, actually, we know several experiments, and we have an experience in functional use of cultural heritage, abandoned cultural heritage, without altering its historical or identity value in Europe and all over the world. Let me just mention two cases that are a benchmark from this point of view: Matera in Italy and Petra in Jordan. They are actually now a reference point, a positive benchmark. But referring to what Professor Fusco Girard was saying, this is no longer enough. I mean, this effort is no longer enough. Professor Fusco Girard referred to using an expression, by the way, that I really like. I mean, a symbiotic relationship. We need to turn the relationship between the functional reuse and cultural heritage and urban regeneration into a symbiotic relation, into a synergistic relation. By urban regeneration, we mean the regeneration of the contexts where cultural heritage, reused cultural heritage, can add value to tourism, to local economies, and also to the development of new forms of economic activities.
Thanks. I'll give you, Andrea.
Lo sforzo che bisogna compiere è certamente quello di valorizzare le interdipendenze come elemento di reciproca influenza nella adozione delle metodologie di intervento. È una cosa complicata, non facile, ma è una sfida da cogliere fino in fondo. Ecco perché in realtà tutta la proposta viene definita dallo stesso relatore come un modello culturale, cioè punta ad un cambiamento di mentalità negli approcci in questo campo, un cambiamento culturale perché richiede un'altra visione prospettica, richiede non di rinunciare alle competenze specifiche, ma di metterle in gioco in maniera complessiva, interdipendente, tenendo conto dell'apporto che ciascuna di esse può offrire allo sviluppo di un progetto più ampio in cui tutte le parti riescono ad andare a posto, non subito, magari step by step, perché cambiamenti di questo tipo si possono realizzare solo gradualmente, così come è stato anche per alcune esperienze del passato, ma con l'idea di arrivare a un risultato di questo tipo.
Yes, actually, I mean, the effort that we have to accomplish, we have also the goal that we have to pursue is to recognize and to raise the awareness of the value of interdependence, the interdependence between the functional reuse of cultural heritage and the value of urban regeneration have to become elements in the decision making. We have to recognize the mutual influence of these elements when choosing, when deciding intervention methodologies. Of course, this is challenging. Professor Fusco Girard also recognized it is difficult. He referred to this as cultural change. It is really a new paradigm. We have to pursue a new way of thinking, a new vision. We don't have to think of it as giving up specific competencies, but actually we have to accept the idea that we have to make them interdependent, and we have to consider the specific contribution of each individual element is going to happen step by step. These changes cannot happen overnight, but once we set, I mean, the goal, the vision, then the road to pursue it is clear.
Thanks. Dottor D'Andrea ha terminato, vuole concludere?
Per concludere, volevo appunto concludere con quindi bisogna riportare a sistema tutte le azioni, anche dal punto di vista delle cosiddette agende, a cui faceva riferimento peraltro il nostro Presidente in apertura. È necessario probabilmente far dialogare agende diverse sul piano generale, ma soprattutto sul piano amministrativo, di gestione dei territori, di governo dei territori. È necessario tenere conto dei diversi aspetti con una mentalità appunto nuova, cioè non fare azioni che sono slegate l'una dalle altre, ma puntare a fare anche azioni diverse, ma con una chiara prospettiva strategica che possa ricomprenderle. È devo dire, una sfida complicata. Il Ministero dei Beni Culturali per alcune parti la sta già raccogliendo, penso ai piani di valorizzazione dei borghi, penso naturalmente a tutte le politiche di riuso del patrimonio culturale abbandonato, ma è necessario avere tutti insieme questa visione più organica se l'operazione deve portare ad un vero salto di qualità stabile nel tempo, perché il problema è che debba avere risultati stabili nel tempo. Grazie.
Grazie mille a lei.
Yes, actually, in conclusion, I just want to say that it is important that we reason in terms of a system. All actions have to be coordinated. It means that also agendas have to communicate or have to be coordinated. Actually, also Professor Fusco Girard and also the president of IRIS mentioned, refer to agendas. It means that different authorities, local governments, all the authorities governing territories have to coordinate their actions within a common strategic framework. It is quite a challenge. At the Ministry of Cultural Heritage, we have already started taking on this challenge. There is a program for the regeneration of old villages or the policies for the reuse of cultural heritage, but this is not enough. It means that we have to coordinate our effort within a shared organic vision, especially if we want to obtain long-lasting results, because that's the most important thing, reasoning in the long-term perspective and not in the short-term perspective. Thank you very much.
Big thanks to both our interpreter and Paul Andrea, I think, for this clear reflection from the Italian Ministry of Culture. And I retain, I think, for the debate with the next two speakers, two elements. On the one hand, the need to coordinate different agendas, which I believe is also quite important in the linking between the new urban agenda at the habitat level, UN Habitat, when culture was embedded as a means of implementation of digital, nature-based and social innovation, but also the European agenda, where the partnership on culture and cultural heritage is indeed trying to make it one of the pillars of sustainable urban development, has highlighted in the new Leibniz Charter adopted by the German presidency in November last year. So without further ado, I would like also to invite Teresa Patricio, the president of ICOMOS, which is the International Council on Monument and Sites, to offer a reflection from, if you want, a monument and site perspective. What do you think of this new model that CLIC is pursuing and actually putting forward? Thank you very much for being with us. It's an honor for us. Teresa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hugo. Dear colleagues, on behalf of ICOMOS, of course, I'm very honored to make part of this final conference of the CLIC project. And I would like it also to give a special thanks to Professor Luigi Fusco Girard for inviting me to be here with you. But perhaps before starting my comments, I would like perhaps to give a few indications about ICOMOS' organization. We are a network of experts, so specialized in a large range of disciplines. We are a global non-governmental organization dedicated to promote the application of theories and methodologies and scientific techniques to the conservation and protection of cultural heritage places. With our 11,000 members all over the world, e-commerce have a very rich mix of disciplines and benefits from the interdisciplinary exchanges of our members that are serving the cultural heritage community internationally. Gradually, e-commerce built a philosophical and doctrinal framework of cultural heritage on an international level. And we are running a large amount of partnerships and all series of programs and projects out of the year. For e-commerce, the founding principle that was stated in the Venice Charter in 1964, and I'm sure you all know that is our common responsibility to safeguard cultural heritage for future generations. But the sensitivity and the spirit of this principle is focused on ever more and more complex and nuanced issues. The time seems to have come to re-examine our principles in order to deepen and broaden its scope in new documents and new actions. Discussions about human-centered approaches and human rights-centered approaches in past and present generations had been difficult. Inclusion of communities in the day-by-day decision-making has often been denied or considered as a constraint for development and management by stakeholders. But history teaches a plurality of attitudes, so in relation to our history as well as in relation to the evolution of concepts and theories. So the concept of built cultural heritage has been subject to constant evolution. From individual monuments and archaeological sites to historic urban areas, rural settlements and cultural landscapes. The relationships between the immovable and movable heritage have been refined. Cultural heritage became also inseparable with the notions of development and economics of a particular region. Links have been strengthened between the cultural and natural heritage, and most important, monuments and sites have been associated with intangible cultural heritage, traditional craftsmanship, traditional knowledge systems. And today, we all recognize this interconnected nature of tangible and intangible cultural values. And the presenters just before me, they also refer to this important aspect. If you have accepted this close relationship between tangible and intangible heritage, then we have the obligation and the duty to extend our heritage theories, practices, and preservation and management policies to the respect and protection and inclusion of communities, to the preservation of their customs, beliefs, and lifestyles, safeguarding communities and assigning meaning to buildings, to sites, to places, to land rights, to land uses. So cultural heritage protection is not anymore about safeguarding monuments and sites. It's also about preserving communities, including communities and the things that the people and the community is cherishing and identify as part of their cultural identity. So in this sense, the framework developed by the CLIC project and the research outcomes of this human-centered circular model for circular cities and regions through cultural heritage adaptive reuse to contribute to the EU recovery and resilience strategies are of very great importance in the context of today's society. And especially, of course, if we taking into account the nowadays global crisis, the social, economic, environmental crisis, the health crisis of today. But also, we need to think also into the increasing risks and threats that our societies and heritage places and communities are facing today and in a daily basis. I'm talking, of course, about climate change, but human-made and natural disasters. Also, I'm talking about armed conflict. And e-commerce as a heritage organization, we take it as a self-evident fact that sustainable use and reuse of cultural heritage is the cornerstone in the activities to mitigate the effects of the nowadays crisis. So a cultural heritage is a vital element of a dynamic society, is expressed in the way we tell our stories, the way we remember the past, and the way we project the future. So in addition to their intrinsic value, cultural heritage bring, of course, valuable social and economic benefits, not only in terms of the structures, in the physical terms, but also in terms of experience, in terms of behaviors, and even in terms how to improve our well-being. In order so to succeed and to face the today's and tomorrow crisis, we have to preserve the historic areas, the places which generate essential social links. We have to embrace these multiple cultural heritage co-benefits of renovation for cities and regions with local communities. And of course, I'm talking, and allow me to talk about it, but I'm talking also about the repair, not only the adaptive reuse, but also the repair, the recovery, and the regeneration of the historic fabric. The use of traditional construction techniques, craft, and local knowledge, of course, boosting circular economy in combination with circular governance models, but also with sustainable innovations, creativity, and integrated approaches for urban and rural development. Taking these into account and perhaps talking more in a EU context, ICOMOS recently have developed two important projects and works. We have joined forces with Europa Nostra for the European Heritage Green Paper in order to offer our collective insight and know-how on cultural heritage as an essential component in a fair transition to a sustainable and climate neutral Europe. Europe-rich cultural heritage can support implementation of every element of the European Green Deal. Cultural-based strategies can help to increase the ambition and the capacity of communities to act, support climate adaptation and resilience, and of course contribute to the mitigation interventions. So cultural heritage is particularly central to the Green Deal strategies focused on Europe, urban and rural landscapes, such as also the renovation wave and the new European Bauhaus. Heritage is, of course, a source of knowledge, is a carrier of cultural and social values. The sustainable use and adaptive reuse of heritage reduce our ecological footprint and the environmental costs of demolition and construction. So the European Heritage Green Paper advances specific goals to provide the benchmark against which heritage community may measure their climate action and to help climate change policymakers increase their understanding of and engagement with cultural heritage. However, this requires adjusting the aims and methodologies of heritage practices. So more research and skill trainings are required. Adapt solutions and standards will be required for the different types of cultural heritage which exist in order to achieve a best outcome and of course to avoid irreversible mistakes. ICOMOS is also happy to point out that the Green Paper goes hand in hand with our other recent and significant initiative, that is the quality principles for EU-funded interventions with potential impact on cultural heritage. These principles provide the useful recommendations and selection criteria for all stakeholders directly or indirectly engaged in EU-funded interventions that could impact on cultural heritage and can be used to strengthen the foundations for sustainable investments, which is crucial to implement the European Green Deal. So to conclude, I would like to reaffirm, of course, the support that ICOMOS can provide in terms of technical expertise and capacity building to assist stakeholders, authorities, and colleagues to develop a contemporary, inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and participative management of our cultural heritage places. And of course, to finish, I would like to congratulate the organizers of the CLIC Final Conference. And of course, also to congratulate all the partners of the CLIC project for the results, the outcomes, and the new tools developed for circular human-centered adaptive reuse of cultural heritage will certainly contribute to the EU recovery and resilience strategies, including the European Green Deal and the new European Bauhaus.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for this very inspiring reflection on the new meaning of conservation, of what you actually find the movable and immovable heritage, but also in actually highlighting what I was saying before, that cultural heritage is embedded in the development growth strategy of different countries, not only in Europe, but also with a big international cooperation component to risk-prone and conflict-prone areas, for instance, but also to specify and point out the relevance of the paper, the Drafting Europa Nostra for the European Green Deal, highlighting this indeed strong dimension of culture, creativity, and cultural heritage for the recovery. So I think also your intervention goes in line with what Gianpaolo and Andrea was saying on this link between natural and cultural capital, which was the key outcome of the Italian presidency of the EU during the semester, but also to another important document coming from the presidency again, I mean, maybe I'm biased, but Italian presidency of the G20 is underlining the Declaration of Rome, how culture is a substantial element for well-being. And so when we address the pandemic, we should also look at culture in terms of recovery and resilience for future challenges, also in terms of health crisis. So thank you both really for this quite circular and well-connected presentation and intervention. I want to go to the last speaker, last but not least, Christian Ost, another brilliant mind of the CLIC project. Christian is the honorary rector of ISHEC Brussels Management School and the president of the Raymond Lemaire International Center for Conservation at KU Leuven. Christian, I'm sure you can highlight us in the last 9-10 minutes about what are the key outcomes coming from the CLIC model, in particular from a circular business perspective. The floor is yours. Thanks a lot for being with us.
Thank you, Ugo, for this nice introduction. I will share my screen if it's working. If it doesn't work, you tell me.
It works. You just need to put it again.
I get here on that. I won't repeat what has been said, because I think that many things has been of course said that I agree with it, that show how CLIC was really successful. Just a short reflection maybe on some lessons about the post-CLIC, I would say post-COVID time, and how to show that these actually what we did in CLIC, I would say, was very accurate when we see, of course, what the challenges about the future, and that we maybe underlines the fact through the circular economy, or what we call also this cradle to cradle process, that today we contribute, I think, to acknowledge that this circular economy thing is really the best solutions to reconcile different things from economic, from social and environmental point of view, and of course, the goal of sustainability. As you know, we discuss a lot about recovery strategy these days in the post-COVID time, and it's interesting to list some 3 reasons among maybe some others reasons why CLIC was a forerunner there in this strategy. Number 1, because CLIC makes emphasis on the use of local jobs, local material, local skills, and local resources, which is something that probably we have learned that it will be crucial in the future. Number 2, that CLIC revisits also mobility, transportation, spatial integration, livability in urban areas. All these questions also becomes really crucial these days. And of course, what has been already mentioned also by you, Ugo, that the importance of creativity, innovation, including in these new models of decision. It's important maybe also to remind that we remained on the track also about the Sustainable Development Goals and about the global report of UNESCO, and that CLIC may have contributed also to insist about that. I would take maybe 2 examples about what we have done and how this can really be part of some recovery strategy. When we spoke about adaptive reuse of cultural heritage, we realized that they were implicitly circular economy. So there was no reason really to discuss about, you see, the relevance of cultural heritage and conservation, because heritage values and conserving is, to me, recycling values between generations of people and between generations in society. The conservation process, of course, in terms of waste recycling, water, and all that things, but also in terms of urban conservation that improves social cohesion, livability, and this is inclusion, and this is, of course, maybe the most difficult part, but the most interesting part. And we may have today many examples that confirm, I mean, that it's working. Many examples of adaptive reuse of cultural heritage, where we see that we have basically the different pillars of sustainability, at the same time that we have this systemic or symbiotic vision, and of course, where also the human being are central. So we had, this is just an example for those who haven't read maybe the deliverable, but we had the chance in our work package, and especially with Ruba Saleh, to develop this concept of cultural capital and economic landscape, and that where you look with the complexity of urban areas, where we can identify everything that it's really cultural in a broader sense. And if I just make a selection, you know, on this picture, you see that everything that stands here is from natural resources, cultural resources, human-centered approach. Everything is there, and that shows that this is the holistic or systemic perspective that we need to develop. So where do we go from here? If I may just suggest some recommendation or some follow-up about this CLIC, I would like, as an economist, maybe refer to someone who is very important to me to explain what happens today, Schumpeter. You see on this graph the 2 last waves of innovation that have, of course, been very important to explain the economic development, but also the economic excesses somewhere, and the point where we are. And I think that if we take on this scheme, you see the economic development, but also how the culture field, and especially the heritage conservation, has benefit from this, especially during the 60s and the 70s. Just think about consumerism, tourism, and the need also to to protect everything that was on the threatened basically by modern development, that they were a kind of conjunction, I would say, between the evolution of the cultural awareness of protection and safekeeping of these resources with the challenges and the economic and social challenges that we face. So I would say, and I won't make the development of that today, but that would be interesting to see that the next Schumpeter wave that we are clearly going to start in the post-COVID time could benefit the same way. And I think that being optimistic could benefit more and could be more in conjunction with everything that is important for us in terms of cultural activities, in terms of cultural heritage and that kind of thing. So just to mention different directions about that, about how innovations can still be very important for these goals to be achieved. We get innovation in terms of cultural heritage that is still required to bring sustainability, for example, in heritage principle and decisions. And this is maybe a proposal also for Teresa to think about that at ICOMOS, but also in UNESCO about the designation, management, monitoring, how cultural heritage should be open also clearly to integrate maybe some criteria about that. So a huge discussion. Then the innovation in terms of conservation practices. There we mentioned a lot about this Green Deal bows and everything, of course, that it's so important these days about sustainability related to the conservation practices and the ability for cultural heritage conservation to achieve basically all these sustainable goals. Also, if I can mention, the question of trade-off between sustainable conservation and economic development, to me is very important, because we will still face sometimes some conflicting issues between conserving or developing, and we should not. We should find some balance there. And sometimes what I call trade-off mean that we can have second best solutions in terms that won't be satisfied to modern developers or to conservationists, but that would be, you see, the line, maybe a balanced line to follow. Participatory approach also, and Jyoti mentioned the recommendation of the historic urban landscape, which is, I think, much important to take that into consideration, to better know what it is. It is not but that simple maybe to apply but it's such important because it provides a community approach to express the values, to identify the values, the cultural values, but also to participate to its conservation. And I would say, last but not least, innovation in terms of the governance model, business model, financial models that we had the opportunity to do in the CLIC project, and also some, as an example of the follow-up, some training that we develop now at the Czech business schools in terms of cultural entrepreneurship, which is so much important in a post-COVID time where the cultural field has suffered a lot, where we can really show that there is a way, you see, to improve or to do things differently that we did them before. And in the cultural field, which is often depending on some public subsidy, this is something that is crucial these days. And the project of C-Ship developed in Czech tends to show that there is a follow-up to CLIC, that it's not the end, but it's the start of something, and that we hope to still to collaborate on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Christian, also for not only highlighting what are the key principles that the CLIC project offers in terms of governance and business model, but also to reflect upon some future perspective. Just two comments from my side, linking again with the other two presenter perspective. I think yet again, I see that economists are so biased with the access, but I really appreciate this perspective that you gave from theory back to what we could reflect upon. And you said, that was obvious for you, maybe not obvious for everyone, that cultural heritage was embedded in circular economy, and you mentioned the recycled values. Not only we are recycling value, we are reusing them, often actually giving them new meaning based on shared memories, as Teresa was saying when referring to the community as integral part of cultural heritage and development. And I think that this shared memories and the new meaning of recycling values is also well reflected on why our President von der Leyen in the State of the Union address on the 15th of September highlighted that we are making 22 the European Year of Youth, because I think yet again was a way of underlining this intra-generational equity that is part of the sustainable development, but also actually looking at how during this pandemic youth have been reevaluating some values in a moment where they couldn't express themselves as youth due to the old limitation that this crisis has yet given. And the second point I want also to reflect upon is what you just said at the very end. The circular economy, when you link it with cultural heritage and creativity, is not just about doing and recycle, it's also about changing mentality. And the C-Ship program at the Business Management School of Ishek is one example. How do we link what Professor Fusco Girard was saying, the economic and human and social capital with the human capital? How do we create new minds that are more and more circular, not only in terms of business perspective, as you're doing at Ishek, but going back to Gianpaolo D'Andrea, what he was saying, how do we foster new mentality within public organization? And here I refer to what Charles Landry, for instance, the creator of Creative Cities, highlighted. How do we make a creative bureaucracy? How do we actually ensure that within organizations like the EU, the Italian Ministry for Culture, or the UN, we are all able also to embrace this new way of looking at governance in a circular way in order to be able to readapt and reuse some of the intangible resources we've been discussing. It has been fantastic to have your three perspective on board today. I think that Gianpaolo, Teresa, and Christian really helped out to tailor the narrative behind the framework that was so well explained by Professor Fusco Girard. So without any further ado, I think we have now the opportunity to zoom into the case studies and the locality that were mentioned in the video. So I give the floor to Antonia to reflect upon the place-based innovation that comes from those local authorities, and without forgetting that this is a key pillar of our new framework program at the EU level for research and innovation, Horizon Europe. In fact, we should not forget that the third pillar of Horizon Europe is indeed looking at place-based innovation. So I invite you all to use all the expertise that you actually have created in this project for future research and innovation action funded by the EU. Thank you very much indeed, and I look forward to reconnect later on today.
Thank you so much, Ugo, and thanks to all the speakers of today's session. So it was amazing to hear your thoughts, your reflections that really give the cue now to going into the practical experimentation of CLIC. So if I may, I would ask all of you to take a small break. We will come back in almost 5 minutes at 10:45. And we will go into session 2, Innovative Circular Governance Models and Local Action Plans for Cultural Heritage Adaptive Reuse. So going into the cities, into the organization who were working on the ground and really bringing this theoretical concept to reality. So let's meet in 5 minutes, take a break, take a coffee, and remain with us. Thank you. welcome back. You have heard the music of CLIC for this final conference. I immediately give the floor to Denis Ikiskaya, who will be moderating the second session. Please, Denis.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Hello, welcome to the second session of the CLIC Final Conference after this short break. As you know, this session is dedicated to the innovative circular governance models and the local action plans for cultural heritage adaptive reuse. As Ugo and Antonia mentioned in the previous session, in this session, we will hear from the local city and region representatives themselves about the place-based innovations that have been developed and tested in the 4 CLIC pilots. We will first host ICLE, local governments for sustainability, who has led the local action guides development process with these 4 pilot cities and region. And then we're going to hear from the city and regions themselves about their process and their outputs. And lastly, we will hear from Facility Live about the CLIC Innovation Hub, that Knowledge and Innovation Hub that they have developed. Also, let me very briefly introduce myself. My name is Denis Ikiskaya. I'm an assistant professor at Eindhoven University of Technology, working on the topics of heritage transformation and climate adaptation. As the Eindhoven University of Technology, we have also been a proud partner of the CLIC project, and we worked specifically with the local stakeholders to identify the challenges and possible solutions for the process of facilitating adaptive reuse. So first, I am now pleased to introduce you Cristina Garzillo. She is the Senior Coordinator at ICLE Local Governments for Sustainability. With 20 years of experience working in and for the local governments, Cristina is recognized for her work as an expert in local sustainability processes, culture and cultural heritage, integrated management, and governance, as well as she's the author of many publications. Cristina will present the CLIC experimentation on circular governance innovation, the local action guide. Cristina, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot, Denise, for your introduction. I hope you can see my screen. Among the numerous definitions that we have seen from the literature on adaptive reuse of cultural heritage, I particularly like this one on cultural heritage assets as a living system. And actually, following our practical experience, we realized that abandoned or underused sites and buildings are somehow ill. They suffer, they're sick, and they can get worse if not treated properly. A health disease is actually easier to treat when detected earlier. And what we realized it's extremely important is the trust. Like the trust of the patient in his doctor, and the doctor-patient relationship is actually the key factor for subscribing a kind of therapy and afterwards an adherence to a treatment. And similarly, the trust between the experts, the owner, and the heritage communities concerning the life of the heritage asset is fundamental. The trade-offs between the desired benefits and the tolerable risks look a bit different, whether you're a patient, you're a doctor, or a physician, or a regulator, or a drug developer. And this is when we talk about our threshold of the cultural heritage asset up to the threshold that does not compromise, we were saying it today, the multidimensional significance, its authenticity and integrity. Why to work on and invest in adaptive reuse of cultural heritage? Here you can see a non-exhaustive list of benefits that have been reported by our colleagues at CNR and ECHEC from 4 different dimensions. We said this morning that we need to see adaptive reuse of cultural heritage in the perspective of the circular human-centered paradigm. We need to adapt to the heritage, but reducing as much as possible interventions and ensuring a kind of compatibility between the new and the existing. Here you can see 16 pictures of 16 cases that we analyzed in our circular governance model reports. And you can see how the adaptive reuse cases can be very numerous. They could involve monasteries, churches, castles, fortresses, unused railways, stations and tracks, has highlighted by the European Year of Rail, but marketplace, old ships, and so on. A unique approach to address adaptive reuse of cultural heritage in a circular way was developed and tested in the CLIC project. We brought together unlikely, yes, not the usual stakeholders in a structured process through what we called heritage innovation partnerships in 4 pilot areas that you've heard about already: Västra Götaland region, Pakhusterswaige, in Amsterdam, the city of Rijeka, and the city of Salerno. Why we did this? To harvest knowledge about the local cultural assets, test some project-developed tools, which are our medicines, our drugs, and propose some pathways to transform the ill cultural heritage asset into a new living system. And this co-creation process resulted in what we called a local action plan for adaptive reuse of cultural heritage. Now, the approach, what was really important is that the approach went beyond the single building, architectural and technical matter to encompass circular, environmental, cultural, social and economic consideration about the cultural heritage sites and their setting. And in this sense, the HIP concept proved to be an essential element of an integrated planning approach for the adaptive reuse to be tailored at a subnational scale. Each CLIC project produced a local action plan as part of the structured HIP process. And the local action plan was foreseen to be a co-created, politically recognized document to guide future circular cultural heritage adaptive reuse implementation actions in each area. It was intended actually to not only document the key findings and the outcomes of the HIP process in each of the pilot, but also to articulate a shared vision for local heritage assets and include the pathways for to meet the planned goals over a specific time frame. Now, each CLIC pilot embarked in the same HIP process structure at the same time. However, the resulting local action plan were distinct one from the other. We as ICLE coordinated and supported the overall process by providing a kind of meeting structure, guidance documents, facilitation of the peer review process and coaching. But the HIP leaders, this means the academic partner and the city region leaders or the organization, were actually leading and governing the individual processes. The COVID-19 pandemic disrupted the process at the start of its final year in early 2020. So this means that the original HIP activities were somehow reconfigured. But while this situation prevented the HIPs from fulfilling their actions as they planned them originally, it also pushed them somehow to reinvent themselves through new business as usual approaches, including rapid digitalization, reimagined trainings, and an advanced wave of tools and softwares. The HIP were also crucial for testing project-driven tools. And here you can see in the table those that were relevant for the local action plan process. So we developed a kind of catalog of tools and resources according to the different elements of the HIP of the process, and also some resources, additional assets that were useful for the planning process. I will not go in depth in the tools because we will talk about them later today and tomorrow. But just to let you know that we developed a user-friendly and instructional guide and tool catalog for the local leaders that would like to learn more about circular approaches to adaptive reuse of cultural heritage and how to implement local action plan for adaptive reuse. And this was targeted at officials and policymakers at the local and the regional level, but also private managers and owners of unused, underused and abandoned cultural heritage sites. Of course, it builds on the 4 CLIC pilot areas, and the results are finalized in a deliverable collecting the local action plans. This approach is comprised of 5 elements, each of which is including several activities, among which, of course, the building of the Heritage Innovation Partnership, the harvesting of the local knowledge, creating a kind of shared vision and agreeing of the actions, the formalization, which could be a kind of political formalization of the process, checking in, monitoring, and refreshing. An essential element of the building of the Heritage Innovation Partnership is the establishment of a circular governance model. And this we had analyzed even beforehand when we tried to find out the situation in a series of case studies, and assuming that circular governance is a necessary precondition for sustainable adaptive reuse of cultural heritage. And this in turn led to the principal research question that was, in that case, what are the factors and conditions that enable circular governance for adaptive reuse of cultural heritage? And our findings are based upon existing shared governance arrangement for cultural heritage adaptive reuse cases in 16 of these cases, 4 of which are our CLIC pilots, and the other 12 are actually 6 European and 6 other cases beyond Europe. In an effort to better understand the complexity of each case study project, we created a kind of diagram series that mapped each case study heritage community's actors on 2 different intersecting layers. The roles and the processes. The roles are the yellow circles and the processes are the blue circles. And they quickly illustrate if the project is wholly public, and therefore we called it public custodian model, or a public third sector community. And in that case, we called it community custodian model, or public-private partnership, and we called it private custodian for the common good. Now, in addition to know how did the circular governance support sustainable adaptive reuse of cultural heritage, we also posed the questions. We questioned ourselves, how did actually the HIP process influence the development of the action plan for adaptive reuse of cultural heritage, and how have the HIPs been an enabling factor for experimenting CLIC models and tools? Of course, there were challenges, and I can start from these. Particularly, the municipalities had to scale back or shift resources and prioritize organizational matters. It has been especially difficult for Packhaus de Zweiger, who experienced financial and organizational impacts due to the pandemic, being a community convener. We realized also that the partnership proved to be effective when the visions were aligned from the beginning and the priority sets and roles and responsibilities were clearly defined. Sustaining stakeholder engagement was also in some cases not easy, although in other cases we had informal and very spontaneous meetings that were taking place in between those that were established by within the project timetable. One challenge specific to Västra Götaland, but also applicable to many other situations, the lack of ownership and jurisdiction or explicit decision-making power to influence local projects was a challenge, and revitalization mechanisms we realized that often are developed to fit urban settings and therefore can be difficult to translate into rural environments. Although not all the tools developed during the CLIC projects were implemented in the time and in the form that was initially planned, we realized that the tool success was closely correlated to the degree of cooperation between the tool developers and the local partners during the implementation. It's clearly said that there were many opportunities that were raised by the HIPs. It's clear that some CLIC pilots will continue to use the HIP framework as they continue on with their work after the project. For example, in Salerno, with the aim to establish the circular city urban regeneration units that will build on the momentum created by the HIP process, or in Västra Götaland, the experiences from CLIC will be applied by the cross-sectoral regional team for local development, in which the cultural department is part of. The peer learning was a very useful tool as an instrument to exchange success stories from the pilot areas, also regarding similar barriers and bottlenecks, for example, the biological remediation of the contaminated heritage sites, and has a space for debates. We realized that the HIP process managed to bring new and unconventional actors to the scene. So in the case of Salerno, we have the financial sector and the ethical banks. In the case of Rijeka, we had, for example, children and young people. It is clear that the findings of the HIP process provided a wealth of co-created action and ideas to present to the local decision makers, for example, the urban seeding, or triggering and reinforcing the political commitment to the HIP process. And this we saw a lot with the perception mapping and its outcomes in the case of Salerno with the regulation for the shared management of cultural heritage as common good. So in synthesis, the influence of the HIP process is notable, both in the individual actions and in a kind of general way of doing things and of interpreting cultural heritage, has a cross-cutting themes that interacts at different levels of government and also with other policy areas, has the circular concept, and in specific actions, for example, the cultural corridor in Rijeka demonstrate. So we can say that they are indeed an entrance door to prepare heritage communities for the changes which are necessary to move to circular adaptive reuse processes, adopting this holistic and cross-cutting approach. And here are the links to our guidance. Here is the adaptive reuse for the circular governance models, which is in a short and long version. And here are the other two actions. One is the guide, the local action guide, and the other one is the collection of the action plans. Thanks a lot, and I would like to thank also the pilots for all their work and my colleagues that, although they passed on to other for other directions, they were a great support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina, for this informative and inspiring talk on building of the heritage innovation partnerships, the development of the local action plan, and the circular governance models. We will now hear from the CLIC pilot city and region leaders about their experiences and processes. Let me first introduce you to the next 5 speakers. Björn Oflund and Vera Telemo are from the Västra Götaland Circular region. Björn is a developer at the Administration for Cultural Development at Västra Götaland region in Sweden. His work is focused on heritage and regional development. Vera Telemo is an environmental scientist working with sustainable rural development in the Dalsland region of Sweden. She has been working as an assistant project manager in the CLIC project for the past 2 years. And then we will have Raffaella Lupacini. He's the director of European Resources of the city of Salerno, and he's also the chief financial officer of Salerno. He holds a PhD in economics and professor in public works programming at the University of Sanino. He's also an expert in strategic programming of public investments. Thirdly, we will have the floor to Zuzana Belosevich-Romak. She's the advisor to the mayor of the city of Rijeka for EU projects. For the last 10 years, she has been working on regional development, coordination of designing and implementation of strategic documents, such as regional development strategy and regional operational program. And then lastly, we will have Thomas van de Sant. He's the program maker at Pakhuis Wijher Foundation in Amsterdam. He's responsible for the programs around circularity, climate and energy, water and climate adaptation, and the just and inclusive energy transition. He's also a linking pin with Pakhuis Wijher for the Horizon 2020 projects such as CLIC, Flow, and Saint-Vignon. Björn and Vera, now the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, thank you, Denise. My name is Vera Telmo, and I'm here with my colleague Björn Åhlén, as Denise said, and we're from the region Västra Götaland, the largest region in Sweden. And we're here to talk very, very briefly about our process in the CLIC project. Next slide, please. So we've been working with the adaptive reuse of industrial heritage, and we've been working in rural areas. And we've been working with 4 local cases in the region, all in rural places. And the reason why we chose to work with industrial heritage is because we find that it's of great cultural importance and value. We've also found that these sites are, especially in rural areas, already used as a catalyst for placemaking and regional development. And we wanted to explore this further. And we also find it very interesting to work with this adaptive reuse concept as a part of the circular economy, and to really push forward that the embodied energy of reusing a building is actually maybe more valuable than picking the building apart and selling the pieces, as circular economy is often used as. And through this process, we've been working with co-creating innovative ideas in this HIP process that we were told about before. One of these things we've been working on is circular business model canvas, and we've been working with this on site level. So instead of using it for one single company, we've been using it for a cultural heritage as a whole with several different small businesses. And this has been a very interesting process to work with this business model canvas, but for many different companies in the same heritage site. We've been also working with ecosystem services using phytoremediation, so the remediation of toxins through plants, as a part of overcoming the barrier of a polluted soil that many industrial heritage sites have. And this process has also led to more cross-sectoral cooperation in the region. So we've been working closely with the business part of the region, for example, because these heritage sites are usually like they're of cultural value, but there's a lot of businesses in them. So we need to have a cross-sectoral cooperation, and this has been very successful in this CLIC project. And we've been also developing a local action plan that Björn will tell you a bit more about. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Yes, thanks to the result of the HIP process and the result of the CLIC project, we have made a local action plan on regional level, and it's focusing mostly on governance. And it points out how we in the Regional Heritage Organization shall work in the coming years to stimulate adaptive reuse and strengthen the connection between, as Vera said, placemaking, circular economy, and heritage sector in the region. It will contribute to a much stronger support to communities and property owners on how to develop heritage sites. The local action plan is making connections to other strategic plans, as this picture shows. It's connected to the regional development strategy, the environmental plan, the culture strategy, and the heritage strategy in the region. And the main goals you see here, it's about strengthening the capacities of property owners for managing development and in adaptive reuse. And we made that by starting up a network for property owners. It's about improved financial support to heritage maintenance and restoration. There are a lot of money in the system, but it's in different processes. It's about increased capacities on circular business models and adaptive reuse that we have learned in the CLIC process. It's about increased knowledge on financial instruments for adaptive reuse, very useful for us. and knowledge building on pilots on biological remediation on contaminated soil, as Björn mentioned. And we have to continue the policy improvement on adaptive reuse in circular economy. And that's very important in the region because we are working a lot with circular economy, and it's very strategic for us to be part of that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Björn and Vera. Raffaele, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, hello everyone. Denise, thank you for your introduction. As you said, I'm the CFO of the municipality of Salerno, and I managed in the past 3 years CLIC project that today ends, but I'm sure that leaves us a great know-how, a great knowledge for the future of my city. Salerno has joined the CLIC project with the aim of studying and evaluating best practices at European level or more in circular cities, and testing new investment models for the adaptive reuse of underused and abandoned cultural heritage that we have in Salerno, but I think that there is in all cities more or less around the world. In these years, thanks to CLIC, we have achieved important results. The starting point was the strengthening of the dialogue and the collaboration between the municipality and the citizen and the main stakeholders, as Christina said, in terms of, for example, association of ethical banks. Through this kind of cooperation, we defined and shared common objective, both in terms of asset to be recorded, first of all, and in terms of function and activities to be implemented in those assets. In our local action plan, we decided to implement permanently a listening physical access point for citizens, for active citizens, to keep the collaboration and the dialogue always alive, to discuss with them of critical issues and development opportunities for my city. An example of this collaboration was the creation last year of a co-design table through a public tender. Table that allowed the municipality to carry out a project for the recovery of an unsaid ministry in an abandoned site of the city. At the end of this phase, the municipality has selected 3-4 ideas, the best ideas, and thanks to the financial expert of CLIC, we increased the level of economic feasibility. So in January of this year, we developed a project starting from these ideas, and we presented it for a public call from the Ministry of the Public Infrastructure to ask for a grant financed by national funds and Next Generation EU funds. As a result, 2 months ago, the municipality received a grant of 8 million euros in July, more or less. So, according to the shared strategy with CLIC, the public investment should make possible to attract new capital using a leverage 1 to 4, 1 to 5. So we estimated to realize investments in the next 3-4 years of more than 50 million euros. We presented our strategy and our investment program to some international investment funds active in ethical finance and impact finance. And we are very, we cry that it's very possible to realize big investments in the future. Another important result of the CLIC is the drafting of a new regulation for the management of common goods through collaboration agreements with active citizens, in particular with small associations. By the end of the year, we will approve the regulation in the council of the city. So I think definitely that the added value of the CLIC project is above all the awareness that it's possible, I think, to follow more sustainable urban development models, to become a true circular city, and I hope to become in Salerno the first circular city of the south of Italy. So thank you, CLIC. I finish and I give the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Raffaele. Susanna, please go ahead.
Hello. Well, just a few short remarks on the city of Rijeka and how we did it in the CLIC project and how we will proceed with all the results and achievements of the CLIC project. Can we move to the next? Yes. Well, in this slide, you can see with what we have started in the CLIC project. It's a bit of parallel. You can see how did the, for example, Gallup ship look at the start of the project. How did the Diecea Kucha look at the start of the project, and how does it look now? So within the project, we ended up with 27,000 square meters of the new cultural infrastructure. Of course, that's due to the fact that we were European capital of culture. In that kind, very important from the CLIC project is all kind of expert findings. By this I mean business achievements, ideas of management, action planning, corridor, and seeding. And of course, beyond of that, we sharing ideas and good practices gives us creativity and energy. And parallel to the project, we almost finished the biggest or largest cultural project in Croatia that is based in Rijeka. And during our midterm conference, we visited part of it. Now it's finished, except of the library that will be finished till the end of this year. So can we move to the next slide, please? And with what we will proceed after the project. So we will proceed with all the findings, of course, from the project, all the results. I will mention just a few of them. Cultural corridor model is very important for us. It will become a part of all our strategic documents and of course action plan. And because in this time we let's say we finished a big infrastructural project in domain of cultural and industrial heritage, and for the let's say time for the next period, we would like to put different kind of content in that infrastructure, and for that reason, it's very important for us. For example, in the action plan, it's we have different kind of ideas that we will implement in the next period. And of course, we will focus on the urban seeding because we would like to enhance and make more visible all the new infrastructure, all the cultural heritage, and with this kind of, let's say, small-scale actions in the urban landscape, we hope that will get to the goal that we posted in the CLIC project as it begins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susanna. Thomas, please proceed.
Yes, hi, hello, and thank you very much, Dennis, and welcome everybody. I'm going to present on behalf of Pakhuis de Zwijger and the city of Amsterdam. Pakhuis de Zwijger, usually an international tongue breaker, but has been pronounced very well today. So congrats to all of you. Let me just start with a very small introduction. We are an independent events, value, and cultural platform around the future of cities, and especially the city of Amsterdam. And we are located in a former cooling warehouse close to the city center. We're not a typical pilot in the sense that we are a city or a region, but we are only just one example of adaptive reuse of cultural heritage, although we do have a strong connection to multiple communities within the city. And so that's why during CLIC, we focused on the one hand on bringing together and strengthening this community within Amsterdam on heritage and circularity. And on the other hand, we focused on our own business, financial and governance model and our core values and goals for the city. And of course, it was already mentioned before, we faced a huge challenge during COVID. Just like the rest of the cultural sector, we had to close our doors to the public, lost co-workers, we had to reinvent ourselves, and at the same time that we were re-evaluating our business model for CLIC. So naturally, this had a major influence in the project, but it also stressed the need to be continually re-evaluating what you're doing, like Professor Fusco Girard said before. In our operations, we went from 90,000 to 0 visitors a year, and from producing live events to broadcasts from our studio at Pakhuis de Zwijger and our 2 dépendances. So we did a couple of innovations that were driven by CLIC and by the HIP process. We strengthened the bond with the Amsterdam stakeholders and tried to make the first steps in creating a symbiotic network on circular cultural heritage. We actually changed our own governance model to make the independent Pakhuis de Zwijger Foundation 100% owner of the venue, rental and catering and cafe. And we set up an internal green team to evaluate and improve the circularity of our own operations. We joined Collective Waste and Energy collective, and we developed a corporate story that we used for funding applications. So we created this local action plan, and we finished that a couple of months ago. So we're already now in the process of bringing it into action. And I just want to focus on 3 points that demonstrate how we put our goals into action now with the help of CLIC. First, we strengthened our programming on circularity and heritage, especially within what we call the Amsterdam agreement, the new Amsterdam agreement. And that's like the biggest open brainstorm on the future of the city that has ever happened in Amsterdam, where we bring representatives of big companies, the municipalities, other local governments and academic parties together with our communities of citizens, creatives, innovative SMEs and civil society in more than 40 open co-creation sessions. And we use it as a basis in the run-up to the municipal elections in 2022 to crowdsource our own new Amsterdam agreements that politicians can use as their inspirations. And it's based around the 20 ambitions that Pakhuis de Zwijger has set for the cities, which are also the shared values of our newly developed business model, where CLIC has been a major contributor to. And in run-up to this, we created a program council on circularity, and through CLIC, we added the voice of cultural heritage and social innovations to that program council, and in effect to this new Amsterdam agreement that we're developing. And then the second point is that we reinstated our green team, as I said, and we are going to demonstrate Pakhuis de Zwijger as a platform for the circular city. We are now working together with one of the stakeholders we contacted during the HIP process, the Groene Grachten, to show their green menu, which is a list of interventions to make heritage buildings more sustainable. And we're going to use Pakhuis de Zwijger as a showcase for this. So we are ourselves becoming a showcase for circularity in the city, and we want to show how cultural heritage can become a regenerative engine and a place for social regeneration. So then lastly, we are working on a new series on sustainable cultural heritage, which we are soon going to publish on our on our website, and for which the main goal is to further bring the community together and bring about this local symbiotic network that can bring about transformative change, like the project that we are doing with the Groene Grachten. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and thank you very much to all the CLIC city and region partners for sharing their experiences. It's been very inspiring to hear about your own local processes, the CLIC innovative tools that you implemented or tested in your local context and their outcomes. Now we have the Facility Live, who will present the CLIC Knowledge and Information Hub, the intelligent data management for cultural heritage. The speaker is Gabriela Monteleone. She's from Facility Live. She's a computer and information science expert with a specialization in artificial intelligence. At Facility Live, she plays a leading role in supporting the development and implementation of the research and innovation strategy. She works with key academics and research groups to develop new ideas and approaches, builds partnerships with public and private organizations, and identifies opportunities and pathways to fund research and innovation activities. Gabriela, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dennis, and good morning to all. The understanding and the reuse of cultural heritage involves the collection, storage, and processing of all forms of relevant information pertaining to it. The heterogeneous sets of data help understanding the heritage building or site and their management is an essential task for the dissemination and reuse of the asset. The challenges for technology is to integrate the dispersed available information, facilitate the retrieval of information, making the information available for decision making, enabling so cooperation between multiple stakeholders. Information technology can boost local heritage-led economies, enhancing, reducing costs for adaptive reuse processes and creating new services that enhance the quality of life. Facility Live, next slide please, Valeria. Facility Live has contributed to the CLIC project by providing methodologies, expertise, and an innovative patented technology to develop an enabling platform for heritage-related data management, the CLIC Knowledge and Information Hub. The platform manages and visualizes in an innovative way the information related to the heritage assets to inform investors, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and civil society organizations on the opportunities and costs related to available heritage assets. So to start heritage regeneration action. With a rich knowledge base, the platform is also of interest to anyone who wishes to look into adaptive reuse practice and learn from other experience, as well as to discover all existing literature and regulation about adaptive reuse topics. And now let's see the platform.
Information Hub platform contains information on projects of cultural heritage adaptive reuse from European countries. It allows a city region to showcase local reuse practices and present the abandoned heritage as asset opportunities for adaptive reuse investment toward the implementation of a circular city model. Furthermore, it provides a knowledge base of the literature and regulation on adaptive reuse and circular economy topics. The user can find the information needed by using the search bar at the top of the page. The main topics are highlighted in the home page, as well as some search are suggested as an entry point. Here we click on the best practice in order to show a list of geolocated results and images. For every project, some information are provided and they are all searchable. We can, for example, filter for religious heritage. So we can see now only projects related to religious heritage. We choose Covent Garden, for example, and we can see all the information available, a brief description of the best practice, a brief description of the cultural heritage, the impact and the ownership generated by the best practice reuse. Pictures and external link are provided as well. And at the bottom of the page, there's an assessment of circularity section. This section includes, for example, information on energy efficiency, water recovery, material reuse. We can see the description of every matrix here. Going back to the top of the page, on the menu, we can move to another section, is cities and regions. We see a list of pilot cities that provided the data. We select here Salerno, and the result page shows all the best practices and opportunities for the city of Salerno, as well as call and tender published by the local administrator. Contact and media are as well provided. We can choose, clicking on the title, a particular opportunities. The first section provides information about the building, and then we have other information. For example, if an adaptive reuse process is ongoing, we have all the details about the investment, the timeline, cost, and possible reuse. Direct contact to the municipality is provided as photo and external link as well. For example, particular documents are available like the planimetry that you can view. Again, going back to the top of the page, we can click on literature and regulation in order to move to the last section we are going to see. The platform provides a knowledge base of all existing literature and regulation on adaptive reuse and circular economy topics. We have title, authors, topic, year of publication, direct link to the publication available, and some details about the publication.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, for informing us about the CLIC Knowledge and Information Hub that contains more than 100 best circular practices on cultural heritage adaptive reuse. And thank you very much for all these great speakers. It's been great. It's been a great demonstration of actually how much transferable and adaptable the CLIC project outcomes, the CLIC tools and models to different local contexts. It's been quite inspiring to hear about the local processes. Next up is the roundtable discussion on innovative, circular, and human-centered governance for cultural heritage adaptive reuse. that is moderated by Emanuela de Mena. Let me also briefly introduce our great moderator. Emanuela de Mena is the project advisor at the European Research Executive Agency. She manages a portfolio of EU R&I projects on cultural heritage and cities. She was also the project advisor of the CLIC project. Architect and urban planner by training, she was professor at the University of Ferrara and consultant for local and regional developments in Europe, Latin America, and West Bank. Emanuela, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for the kind introduction, and good morning, everybody, and welcome from my side to this roundtable discussion, which is on innovative, circular, and human-centered governance for cultural heritage adaptive reuse. So I hope you are still energized because we see a lot of interesting cases of what CLIC did in the pilots, and I can assure we will have a very lively discussion now with the new speakers on what other Horizon 2020 projects are doing. So how they are innovating in cities and regions for cultural heritage adaptive reuse. And keeping in mind, I'm highlighting the three keywords that I find in the title, which are circularity, human-centered, and innovation. And also I would like to add to this also some keywords that were mentioned by Professor Luigi Fusco Girard this morning about the ecological dimension and the symbiosis. So really, and the regenerative capacity. So I'm really curious to know more also from my side on what these other Horizon 2020 projects are doing. But I would like also to make one personal reflection from my side very quickly, because I know CLIC project quite well and always been impressed by the high level of ambition and reflections that it brings to the table. And I have to say that this morning I was very briefly reading that the Club of Rome issued 2 new reports on the recovery for a sustainable and resilient recovery for the world. And they call on the EU to adopt a well-being economics instead of growth at all costs. Now, Ugo Guarnacci this morning recalled the well-being dimension, which is very important. And in these Club of Rome reports, at least in the summary, they are highlighted the health and well-being and the climate policies. Now, knowing their history, it's of course natural, but I was also quite shocked that at least in the summary, there was no mention to the cultural dimension. So I have to say that on this side, the CLIC project has a very much looking forward vision, bringing together and in a symbiosis these different dimensions. So I really congratulate the project for this, and I'm really, really happy to have the honor to moderate this session. Now, without going into further delay, I will introduce the speakers. We have 4 speakers for this panel. So the first speaker is Anna Semo. See Anna?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hello, I'm here.
Perfect. So Anna is the managing director at the Metropolitan Research Institute of Budapest, and she's also the coordinator of Open Heritage Project, which is a sister project of CLIC. So the work of Anna focuses on the intersection between cultural heritage, adaptive reuse, urban development, but also she has a specific, and their work has a specific focus on marginalized areas. So Anna, really, if you can let us know a little bit more on Open Heritage, the vision and the key ingredients they bring for cultural heritage, adaptive reuse, always keeping in consideration circularity and human-centered. Another floor is yours.
Thank you. I didn't prepare you. Thank you very much, CLIC, for the invitation, and I'm very, very happy to be here. You can see that our logo and website is shared on the screen. I would love to encourage everyone that next to going to visiting CLIC's website, please also visit Open Heritages. It's really good to be here, precisely because we are not only the sister project of CLIC, but actually I think following a very kind and gentle push from Ugo, we started to collaborate together, which I think is very, very fruitful. We also share CLIC as a main disseminating partner. And what's very interesting is that because we are sister projects, we answer to the same call. So we had to come up with a proposal to the same things, but somehow we use a bit different ingredients. Just as Emanuela was saying, so many of our approaches are similar. And I would like to say that the difference lies more in the emphasis. So we both focused, I really like this term of human-centered. We both really focused on human-centered approaches for adaptive reuse, but circularity is really not a key concept in open heritage. We really focus, just as Emanuela mentioned, on management models and governance models for marginalized areas. Marginalized is very broadly defined, but it means it's included both in a social and in a geographical sense, but it often, as we all know, overlap. The main aim or the vision of open heritage is that it wants to enable local and heritage communities, so there's an and, which sometimes overlap, sometimes don't, to find sustainable ways for reusing heritage sites. As a result, it really focuses on bottom-up ecosystems. We also have labs, because I think all projects have these very interesting experimental sites. But among our 6 labs, there is only 1 municipality. Rather, this has been a very conscious decision from early on to find mechanism and management models and government models for sites where the interest is lost, often from the public sector, and rather where different kind of bottom-up initiatives could be the solutions. As a result, the project grapples quite a lot with the concept of how communities can be defined, how they can be created, and how they can be sustained, and what is the appropriate governance model for this sustainment. And part of this is one of the key things that we really started working on, that what are those inclusive business models that can support these bottom-up initiatives, many of which don't really have stable financial resources, as you can imagine. So as I mentioned, we have 6 labs, and these are experimental sites, and we also have local action plans. Although the proposals have been written separately, but local action plans are in the air, as you can say. And these they have been renewed once, but because these experimental sites are test beds for development project, the local action plans, just like in case of CLIC, they provide a guidance for them. But in our case, because it's more bottom up, I really like this CLIC approach, actually, that's more politically embedded, the local action plans. We don't have that, but it's also part of the reason because the approach is different. So we don't have as many municipalities on board. Very importantly, it was very essential for us that we operate with an open definition of heritage. So we very consciously decided that heritage should be defined not only from top down, but also bottom up, and communities can decide what is important, what is regarded as heritage from them. So many of the sites we work with, either as a lab or as observatory cases which we study, are not listed. Please don't misunderstand me. We don't want to throw out expert knowledge. Rather, we try to work on how these 2 types of knowledge can be combined, because that's crucial in our opinion. Today, there was a lot of talk about time and space. These 2 concepts have also, they were crucial at the beginning, but they have, I think, as we started to progress, they have become more crucial over time. So space is important in the sense that regional integration is one of the pillars is open heritage, meaning that especially in marginalized areas, it's super important to make sure to create a development plan that is conscious of its surroundings. So we need to integrate them into their larger regional environments. But the other meaning of space is once you start to employ heritage community as a concept, then part of your community will be translocal. And that means that you have to integrate local and translocal communities together. These communities that rally around the heritage sites. Time is another thing that was actually mentioned. It's always crucial when you have an experimental site because it allows knowledge of exchange and learning. In our sense it was also we put a lot of emphasis within project learning among other from the 16 observatory cases that we have. But it has been especially important in light of the COVID developments because it gave, again, space for the pilots to replan. Additionally, and that's one of the things that we learned, that if you are looking for an inclusive adaptive reuse process, and you want to find, that's one of the main aims, you want to come up with a function before you begin any refurbishment process or any physical intervention, then it needs time. One of the things, especially our bottom-up labs takes, and everything takes much more than in case you have a public figure involved. This is what I wanted to say in very condensed way. If you have any questions, Emmanuel or anyone else, I'm very happy to answer. I don't know if Ugo, you think I said everything and you want to add something.
I don't know if Ugo would like to add
something. No point from my side, but very happy to have the choose this project, and I hope my push was gentle indeed.
Yes, it was perfect.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. I don't know if there is any burning question. I think we don't have so much time, but if there is one burning question, maybe we can, you can ask. So no question. I have to say, I just took note of some keywords and some ingredients. So as we said, so you mentioned a lot the communities, because you're really working with communities with this bottom-up approach. I really like this idea of no definition of cultural heritage, but also of combining the knowledges, because it's really to have the different knowledges together. And I think this is a key point you highlighted. I'm very curious. I would like to know more, but I don't know if we have time about this meaning of spaces and the local and translocal communities. So when you mention these translocal communities, because it's not something we find somehow every day. And then something about the time, but just if you can say a little bit more on how you define these translocal communities.
Yeah, translocal is actually very, it's something who doesn't reside there. So this is, often when we talk about involvement and inclusion, we always think about residents, which I think comes very natural. But once you talk about heritage site, this becomes more problematic because because heritage can be important for also, because heritage, even heritage that's not of, I don't know, international and national value, that's not recognized officially, can mean a lot for people who have moved away, who had families somewhere. So we are talking about really local things, or especially this is, I'm Hungarian, I come from Central Europe. Borders changed. It means that people have relatives each side of the border. And it means that the same site can mean, and it's an added value, it's conflict, can mean very different things for representatives of different nations. And we don't have problematic sites or problematic labs. So I think that could be a very interesting topic for a different project. But what we try to think is that this is, especially if you think about Rome, we have a site in Centocelle in Rome, which has beautiful ancient and medieval heritage. And what they try to do is also, first and foremost, they try to involve the local communities, but they also think about having people, at least within Rome, to come and visit their site. So translocal is defined, basically, it can be even within the city, but outside of this direct local community. And it's, and I think support, especially we do have some crowdfunding and crowdsourcing experience, and when you do these things, it's also very important to enlarge your communities, and they become also a resource to maintain it and support this site.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this clarification. Very important, this focus on the different meaning on the communities. You mentioned also the time, so I'm going this as it's a nice book for the next speaker, which is Eva Wascher. Eva, I will find you in the screen. So Eva is, because Eva is representing T-Factor project, which is an Horizon 2020 project which deals with the time factor in urban regeneration and with meanwhile spaces. So that's why it's a nice reflection. And Eva is also from a researcher from the Technical University of Dortmund. And she's a specific focus on social entrepreneurship and social innovation, and also sustainable finance. So Eva, the floor is yours. If you can show 4 minutes the key ingredients of the T-Factor project and your vision on cultural heritage adaptive reuse.
Yes, thank you very much, Emanuela, and thank you to all CLIC partners. I would like to present 4 reflections on the topic from the perspective of T-Factor, and I think that it very well aligns with what we have heard this morning. First reflection is that collaboration is key for T-Factor. So the overall consortium consists of 25 partners from municipalities, businesses, research institutions, and civil society organizations. So we cover, so to say, the full quadruple helix constellation of knowledge societies. And this is also represented in the different, what we call local coalitions in our pilot cities. And it fosters collaborative governance models on site. This also lays ground for the collective city making methods that we will develop in the project. And this brings me to the second reflection, which is the dual role of co-creation in the project. On the one hand, T-Factor is about experimenting with meanwhile activities to foster sustainable urban development in different regeneration projects. So co-creation or co-creative city making here refers to participation, inclusion, and co-production of a variety of actors in urban development. But then on the other hand, the T-Factor pilot sites are about regeneration projects with the aim to develop innovation districts, parks, and science parks. So co-creative city making here also has a strong link to the discourse about responsible research and innovation. And this brings me to the third reflection, which is that we are also challenging prevailing innovation paradigms. So the pilot local coalitions are well aware that we need to broaden our understanding of what constitutes a local innovation system, and that innovation districts, parks, and hubs, and so forth also acknowledge the role of social innovation, meaning the emergence of new practices and institutions in specific contexts. And this is equally important to achieve the SDGs. So the role of also transformative innovation policies is important here. And this, of course, also requires collaborative approaches for building these new local innovation ecosystems on site. And my last reflection on this is, what is the role of cultural heritage for us? We have heard, of course, that cultural heritage strongly relates to local identity, local identification, and social cohesion. And it is part of the provision of spatial material prerequisites of urban quality of life. And cultural heritage contributes to quality of life in cities, which also can be a resource of urban sustainability transformations. And this relation has been investigated also by the German Advisory Council on Global Change. And why is this so? Against the background of the vision of designing cities as livable and sustainable living environments for all city residents, there is a need for sociocultural diversity in and of cities and the autonomy of city residents in the creation of urban quality of life and cultural identity. So there needs to be space for this kind of innovativeness, creativity, and to engage in the connectivity of different actors in the place. So that's also part of what we're doing. We enable space for innovative and creative capacity. So finally, what does it mean for us? T-Factor's meanwhile activities and city-making methods exactly built on this background. We use creative and human-centered design approaches, and we take into account the role of adaptive reuse of cultural heritage to contribute to sustainable urban regeneration in our pilot sites. And we hope that we not only make a small impact with the meanwhile activities, but that we will also reach to citywide impact in the end. Thanks.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you. Very, very clear, very straight to the point. I don't know if there is any question for clarification. To Eva, I have to say that Horizon 2020, the T-Factor project, I'm the project advisor, and it's a very interesting project on, as I said, on the meanwhile spaces. But as Eva said, it aims to have a longer impact on cities, because as we said, life is happening while you're doing something else. So really, also cities are happening while they are planning something else in urban regeneration, but the life is now. So I have to say that this is a very strong point of a T-Factor project. And I really appreciate that you mentioned the quality of architecture and the quality of spaces where cultural heritage can contribute, because this is at the core of the new European Bauhaus that was mentioned this morning. And also there will be, I take the occasion to say that there will be issued a report with the collaboration between DG Education and Culture and the member states on high quality architecture with some guidelines. So it will be, I think it will be published in October, and there will be also an event in the European Week of Regions and Cities on this. So I have to say very important for T-Factor, but for the overall discussion, how to bring together the material part, the physical part, with the communities, with the citizens in this co-creation and enabling these spaces. So thank you very much, Eva, and I really appreciate it. I don't know if there are no questions. We can go also to the next project, because it's also linked to what Eva presented, because it's a sister project of T-Factor, and it is Habin. And we have here Vera Gregorio. Vera is a senior professional in Innova Lisboa, and she's specialized in climate policies in JIS, but she is also the coordinator of Habin. So Eva, also for you, if you can summarize the key points of Habin and how you are tackling this cultural heritage adaptive reuse with this human-centered approach. Can I see? I've seen Eva before, but I cannot see her anymore. Eva, sorry, Vera, are you here?
Yes, Emanuela. Good morning.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't see. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this. Thank you for this invitation for the coordination of CLIC project. It is really extremely very inspiring for Habin, and also very aligned with the principles of Habin. Just to give you a summarize of Habin vision. So Habin is tackling all these subjects, but maybe with a small different perspective, because our vision is considering innovation and entrepreneurship as the main catalysts for the urban regeneration of historic urban areas, in the broad sense of historic urban areas, aligned with the historic urban landscape concept. And of course, considering as the main entry point, starting point, the cultural, environmental and social values of historic areas. So these are the main vision from Habin. It is a project with 1 year, so we are in fact in a very early stage, mid stage, I would say. Now now we are moving to the second part, to the second stage of the project. Our main key ingredients, I can resume these key ingredients in three components. So heritage, tangible and intangible heritage. They are indeed, we consider indeed heritage as the generator of innovation and contemporary creation. And of course, this is an important ingredient in terms of innovation and entrepreneurial activities that we are going to develop in our Abin City pilots. The second ingredient, it is local leadership. And under our planning of activities, we are going to create and to foster nodes of innovation in Abin City's ecosystems. And we call to these hubs, to these nodes, hubs that we are going, physical and digital hubs. And to develop these hubs together with the cities, this ingredient is essential: local leadership and governance and local governance to activate the local structures in each city, and creating or activating local stakeholders networks. And also in this context, I would like to highlight also the role of civil society, that are also elements of this activation that we are going to promote and support in each city. The third component that it is key in Abin, it is the resilient and human connected places. We are here using a slightly different concept, not human-centered, but human-connected places. And why resilient? We are resilient. It is in a very broad sense. We can apply resilient for in the economic context, for example, economic resilience. And in this sense, we are going to promote the development of innovative businesses, especially in creative industries, of course, using as the starting point the cultural heritage. So social resilience also, supporting new lifestyles in historic urban areas, for example, promoting activities in what concern consuming and prosuming, new living conditions, mobility, aging and well-being, and also environmental resilience, because those activities in the cities will be focused also in climate adaptation, local energy communities, nature-based solutions, and so on, so on. So this is the idea of resilient, but also human connected. And human connected, we are in this concept, it is related with our activities in terms of place-based innovation, very oriented to the innovation in the cities, in historic urban areas, focus on people, of course. And these human connected places are connected in two senses. Are connected because we need to connect and link people and their living and their way of living, and also connecting cities, because we are the second stage of Abin is to enlarge the network of innovation from the 8 city pilots that we have to a broader context of follower cities. In that stage, it will be 20 cities, 20 follower cities. But at the end of the project, what we have it is to create an Abin Alliance, a network of innovation and entrepreneurship across historic urban areas in Europe. So that's more or less the purpose of the project. And just to conclude, also just to mention that circular economy model, it is embedded and it is cross-cutting in all of this process that we are developing. And just to conclude, and linking also to the governance aspects, I can say that Abin is co-creating a circular future for historic urban areas, which is a step ahead from planning their future. This is more or less our position in these topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vera. And I don't know if there are any questions. very interesting. This, I think maybe we can go back on this circular future, because I think it's really catching definition for the cities and historical cities. And I really like this. So we dig into this key ingredient of the hubs and the entrepreneurship that you highlighted, and this having an alliance of cities, giving a new future to historic cities, to innovation and entrepreneurship, which is really a key aspect of the project, and I have to say also of the Horizon 2020 topic that was funding these projects. So thank you for highlighting these. And I also liked very much these human connected places. I think we should have a kind of ontology on the terms, but not for academic reasons, but really because each project is adding something. And I think that we have a very, very broad landscape if we keep together all these different definition, or at least this different slight point of view. So they are really enriching the discussion. So if there are no questions, I will go to our last speaker. That is, thank you, Sovera. Our last speaker is Isabella Ferreira, also from Portugal. And Isabella is a researcher at the Center for Social Study of the University of Coimbra. And she is also representative of Urbinat project, which is another innovation action which deals with urban regeneration, but offer another point of view, because Urbinat is about healthy corridors, which includes and use NBS, nature-based solutions, but they're using these healthy corridors as a way of regenerating marginalized neighborhoods. And also with social economy, solidarity economy, and many other ingredients that I'm sure Isabel will introduce us. So Isabel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emanuela. I would like to start by thanking Hugo Guarnacci by the invitation to be here in this important conference, and also by congratulating the CLIC partners for the results and advancements for a circular economy and resilient cities. It's been a great opportunity to learn and reflect on your circular human-centered approach. We have a common partner, Marco Agri and the University of Nova Gorica, so hopefully we'll have the chance to produce and some reflections together in a near future. So I'm bringing some reflections on our experience in Urbinat, a project that focuses on the regeneration and integration of the private social housing urban developments through a catalog of nature-based solutions for public space, to co-create with citizens new urban, social, and nature-based relations. So in Urbinat, we've been working on participation as a means and as an end. As a means for citizens to co-create their home solutions according to their needs, singularities, and ambitions, and as an end in the sense of involving municipalities, researchers, citizens, and stakeholders in all stages of urban planning. So our co-creation process started by identifying participatory practices in each city, mapping and interviewing citizens, organizations, informal groups, initiatives, and municipal actors. The 3 Urbinat frontrunner cities, Porto, Sofia, and Nantes, and also 4 followers, offer a diversity of contexts and local participatory cultures, paving the way to different formats of participatory processes. So to be community-driven, the process must focus on raising the intensity of interactions among citizens, organizations, and other stakeholders. So as a result, we've been trying to reimagine and deepen the opportunities of citizens to take part in the decision-making processes according to the culture of each frontrunner city. At some point, much effort has been invested for the engagement in co-diagnostic and co-design stages, tailored to the participatory culture of each Urbinat city. However, the level of citizens' influence in municipal decision-making is still not stabilized, in particular regarding opportunities for negotiation, consensus building, deliberation, and mutual learning. So aiming to tackle more deeply these challenges, we've designed a municipal roadmap strategy operating at 3 levels. At the first level, within the internal scope of the municipality, the goal is to open and reinforce the channels for introducing the proposals resulting from the co-created work. So for that, we've been working on a municipal roadmap for proposals created by and with citizens, and also to constitute a municipal task force that guarantees the political and technical commitment to receive and follow the entire path of the co-created solutions, namely by tracking the decision-making process, identifying the responsible departments and relevant regulations, also identifying institutional and political challenges, and finally monitoring the flow of each proposal. At the second level, we intend to improve the level of understanding and commitment among citizens, local organizations and institutions, staff and councillors, by gathering for a common understanding of the commitments and through a more balanced distribution of leadership roles, giving more room for citizens to lead and actively take part in the co-creation process. So at the third level, we are using new governance structures for co-creation, particularly through municipal committees that gather citizens, municipal decision makers, and researchers in a regular and formal structure dedicated to make decisions collaboratively for guiding the implementation, production, and monitoring of nature-based solutions, and also to guarantee their long-term sustainability. So these committees aim to combine knowledges and consolidate opportunities for cooperation and co-production between citizens, public authorities, and stakeholders, and also to build in consensus through real possibilities to influence, negotiate, and deliberate on decisions. Of course, deeper reflections on what really happens in this context remain to be more strongly evaluated and analyzed.
Thank you. So, thank you very much, Isabel. I think very interesting and important point, because you really focused on governance, government and governance. So really on what is going on in the city, and you see the project is quite advanced, the Urbinat project. So thank you for highlighting the importance really of transforming also the municipal level and the decision-making level to really implement the projects and to really make innovative actions in cities. I really appreciated this focus and how you highlighted the local level of understanding and have a common understanding. I think it somehow recalls what Anna was mentioning also on the bottom-up definition. No? So to have a common level of understanding and also defining together what is cultural heritage or what are the nature-based solutions is very important, so that really people and citizens are empowered and really feels that they own somehow the solutions that are proposed. So thanks a lot for this presentation on Urbinat project. And I would like to know if there are any questions now from the floor, because we have still 5 minutes. So we can have a short discussion if there is any curiosity on how these projects are dealing with cultural heritage adaptive reuse, and in general terms on urban regeneration, which we saw this morning are very strongly interlinked. Is there any question? No.
We have a shy audience.
A shy audience, okay, no worries. I would like also to ask a very quick second round, but I ask to the speakers to be very quick because we have just 5 minutes. What is the key challenge you're having now? And I really would like you to focus on on the challenge. So if you can tell me, Anna.
I mean, yeah, this is just probably I might say something different if I had, if I had 10 more minutes to think. So this is, I came back to the concept of time because we actually had a review meeting on Friday, so we thought a lot about it. And this came up there, and time has been a key challenge for us. So this is why actually I mentioned. So it has all these different layers, but I think for me, as a coordinator, to guide a project that's experimental and that has a risk assessment, but no risk assessment prepares for COVID. That's not an expectation when you plan. That's still, I mean, that has been a challenge for us, how to adapt and how to think about community involvement that was originally planned offline in an online version, and who are the people who is going to be left out in an online version. So that was very briefly.
Thank you, Anna. Very important, I think, the time, because you say it's always needed when you deal with citizens, with communities. You always need more time, and now with the COVID and the online, you also need more time. And as you say, you don't know who the participants are. It's not the same because you're excluding some people. So about the time, Eva, do you want to add?
Yeah.
Maybe because...
Okay, we need to be very brief. So I think the biggest challenge that we have at the moment is to, now that the local coalitions are formed, we need to get the stakeholder groups together and create this common understanding, as you said, to really see what is the innovative mission that the local coalitions want to achieve all together. So this is the biggest challenge now, and this will take several weeks and months to set up the pilot support plans.
Okay, thank you. So it's about the participants, the coalition, and the common understanding, which was mentioned by Vera and also by Isabella. So Vera and Isabella, would you like to add one main challenge for cultural heritage, adaptive reuse, and urban regeneration in your experience in your project?
In terms of ABIN and as coordinator of the project, at this stage of the project, what I'm feeling that it is really a challenge. It is to move from the framework concepts that we are on that stage co-creating in this stage of the project. And then we are going to the strategic elements at the local level, and we will move to the action plans in terms of implementation of those measures and strategics. And the main challenge, it is to keeping an holistic vision and a symbiotic vision, because always the trend at the local level, it is to think in silos. When we are dealing with cities, we have always, this is a governance problem, of course, because cities are working normally in departments, within departments, building departments, mobility departments, and this is a very integrative project. And so this is the main challenge, how to move from theory, strategy, and implementation, keeping this context of integration.
Thank you, Vera. I think very important, very linked to what Isabella was presenting, and Urbinat project is much advanced on this, but I think also the example of CLIC can be very useful for you on how to go from this very important theoretical framework to then the city cases, no, and the implementation. Isabella, would you like to add last word?
Very briefly, just to say that I think our main challenge related to governance is to really rethink and reimagine the role and real legitimacy to citizens and to communities to co-create solutions, not only in the design stages, but to move to a different logic, to move to cooperation and co-production logics.
Thank you. Very important. Really, I think it's a paradigm shift as well, as we were discussing this morning with CLIC. Going to the logic of co-production means really a change in the way we think to cities and the way we are doing urban policies and urban planning. So I think we reached the end, and I think very, very good. I will not sum up because there are too many things, but I will listen again to the recordings because it's a lot of ingredients. And I have to say, really, I thank you all for being these fantastic speakers, very straight to the point. And also thank again to CLIC Project for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session. And again, congratulations, because I think that the vision of CLIC needs to really be bring forward really to cities. So thank you. And
thank you so much, Manuela. It was great to see you moderating this session. You were also one of our project officers in CLIC, so we are really proud of having also your presence with us today and with all the speakers of this session. Thank you so much. We hope to have a great advancement also in the future together, bringing together all the different experiences from different European funded projects. So again, thanks to all. And now we move to the session 3. But before this, we would like to give you a little refresh, a little break. So let's take a couple of minutes before session 3 that will be on tools for circular governance. So how to develop these new tools that CLIC has proposed and focus on impact assessment for cultural heritage adaptive reuse. So let's take a small break and remain with us for the session 3. Hello, welcome back. Are you ready for the third session? I am very pleased to give the floor to Yermina Stanoyev, who will be moderating the session 3 of the CLIC Final Conference today. So Yermina, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Antonia. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, afternoon. We have reached noon. I'm Yermina Stanoyev, postdoctoral researcher at Uppsala University, working in the field of culture-led, innovation-driven regional development and sustainable growth. And I will be your host for the session 3. I have to say I'm very happy to see very high number of participants that is very constant since the beginning. So it has been interesting for you. Manuela said that we maybe have shy participants, but they are very persistent, staying with us until the end. So today, third session will be, as Antonia mentioned, on tools for circular governance, impacts assessment for culture, heritage, adaptive reuse. That's something that we have been very deeply exploring and discussing, developing in the work package 2 of the CLIC project. And as a first speaker, it is my pleasure to introduce Christer Gustafsson, who is a full professor in heritage conservation at Uppsala University. And his research is focusing on challenges and opportunities for cultural heritage as a driver for heritage-led regional urban development. Christer really has a long international experience in connection with the European Commission, UNESCO, ICOMOS, OECD, EAT, as well as national, regional, and local authorities. Christer will talk and present the work done within the CLIC project and also broader about smart specialization strategies and spillover effects on culture, heritage, adaptive reuse in the circular economy perspective. So Christer, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you to all the colleagues in CLIC. Take the opportunity. Thank you all for these years that we have been deeply discussing this important topic of cultural heritage as a driver for innovation and circular economy, and of course adaptive reuse. And I also like to show you my PowerPoint presentation, but it seems is it this one? Yes, please. So you can take the first. Here it is. Yes. So today I will speak about our one of our part in the project, in the CLIC project, and it was to study heritage and its relation to smart specialization strategies. And the smart specialization strategies is, maybe you heard about it before, and maybe you're also working with it, but I still believe that the heritage sector and educators has a lot to learn about the smart specialization strategies, and also to be more, let's say, active in this process. So you can say that smart specialization strategies, it is about a region's opportunities for growth, development, but also for the circular economy. And this means that this is a political document decided by at the regional level, with the regional actors from the public sector, from the private sector, from the universities, but all, and trade unions and the civil societies together to understand and how the region can be more competitive, and also to see how we can develop its attractiveness. So it has a lot to do with what we are talking about during this conference. The question for us was to see how can heritage play a more important role here, and also how can we in the future be more active in this field. You can take the next slide, please. So Uppsala University, one of our part of the project was to study this and to analyze heritage and culture in the in the existing smart specialization strategies, and also do it on a European level to study all regions in Europe, but also to identify the most significant heritage and culture features in the European regions, and also do it from the three perspectives that are included in the smart specialization strategies, which is an economic, scientific, and at a policy level. You can take the next slide, please. Please. So what we did was to use the smart specialization platform, which is you can find online, and it was extremely informative, and we were able to study all the not regions, but also regions from outside Europe, some of them, and it come up with some very interesting results there. So we can take the next slide, please. But first, I think it was of importance for us to understand the role of conservation of cultural heritage. We still can see that it is still focused on preservation and protection, and it's also in some parts also still at let's say the conservation phase or stage of these activities. So, but it was interesting to discuss in the CLIC project to understand its link to the, let's say, to the future, and how you can take something from the past and in a conscious act bring it into the future. So we were interested to analyze this conscious act, but we were also considering the conservation in its very foundation is to take care of existing resources and see how they can be part of this sustainable development movement. So it's not just to understand them as resources and present them as resources, it's also to see how they can be used in what we speak about here in an adaptive reuse, and also fit into the regional smart specialization strategies, but also in the overall planning for the circular economy. So you can take the next slide, please. So one more time, you can say that in a traditional way, the heritage sector or conservation sector has been worked. We focus on the preservation and mainly with focus on the protection, and you can say that that has been reached by with urban planning and with special planning and with legal frameworks, but also with, of course, with information during, for instance, with exhibitions and literature and things like that. So, but it's started with the aim was to understand and see what part of the let's say historic landscape we should preserve for the future. And I think that is interesting to remember this during this presentation. Next slide, please. So in the CLIC project, we analyzed all European regions' smart specialization strategies. And it's important to also understand or remember that it's smart specialization strategies. The aim is, of course, to increase the innovation in a region. And it was very interesting to see how, in which way cultural heritage was presented and also given priorities in these strategies. And for us, I think that the result was more or less horrible. I was really afraid when I saw this result, because today we has speaking now for a couple of hours about the importance of cultural heritage for the circular economy. We're speaking about the importance of culture for democracy and things like that. But when it comes to the decision at regional level, we see it's under 10% of the regions that given priority to heritage. So what does it mean? It means that we need to be much better in this way. And in the CLIC, we have tested a couple of, in my opinion, successful projects. We have heard about the local action plans, for instance, from our case studies, and this is a way to do it. But now I think we need also to upgrade it, so to say, to the region level. I can also say, in connection to the CLIC, I've been in contact with Uppsala, the city of Uppsala, and the city of Uppsala is one of the top-ranked cities in the world when it comes to circular economy. And they were very surprised when I said that cultural heritage should be part of these strategies. They still recognize that cultural heritage is something else. And I still think this is so important to keep this in mind, that we still is just entering this field and we have so much to do. So we are ending the CLIC project now, but we still has a lot to do. So next slide, please. So one more time, the results from the survey of the smart specialization strategies. You see, it is not so many regions that are given priority to heritage and culture. And you can also see that there are several regions in some of the countries. Coming from the north, from Sweden, I can see that it's not so many regions here. So we are also outside the CLIC project. We started a couple of Swedish projects in this field to see how we can strengthen and then also understand the smart specialization strategies in Sweden and see how we can strengthen them. And we're doing this together with Västra Götaland region and Björn and his colleagues. Next slide, please. So so when it comes to this spillover effect, I think that it also important to remember who you are in this way negotiating with. We see the results from the studies, and how can we be better, so to say, and how can we improve what we are doing? How can we increase the regions that give priority to heritage when it comes to smart specialization and innovation, but also to the circular economy, of course. I think that the results here from our studies, but also from these HIPs that we heard about, is to understand the other actors and other decision makers and other policy makers and their aims and objectives. Today we're speaking about the Green Deal and the new Bauhaus and the Agenda 2030 and the UN SDGs and also similar documents at the local level. But I still believe that we need to find a better way to communicate our values and our aims and objectives with the overall the society's overall aims and objectives. I still believe, and this is a result from the study of the smart specialization strategies, that we have a lot to learn there. And this is also why I think that the new, for instance, the new Bauhaus, European Bauhaus initiative is of so high importance for us to develop this thing. You can see that when we negotiate, we have to understand different value systems, of course, and we're also often speaking about completely different resources. We have the heritage as a resource, but we also need to understand it from a political point of view, from an economic, legal, cultural, social, etc. And sometimes you speak about these negotiations in the concept of the trading zone. And the trading zone is something that has been developed within the planning society. And my experience and what we saw in this study is that we need to be better to understand this, to be a better actor in the negotiation. Take the next slide, please. So instead of starting with the aim of protection and a legal framework, I think we should start to understand that the starting point is the circular economy, or as I said, a sustainable development. And we also need to understand that, which we also spoke about before previous speaker, that it is important to also start to understand how you can have spillover effects or create some value for the other actors. And in a game of negotiation, you can see how you also create new jobs, and we need simply to be better in this kind of planning. You can take the next slide, please. So one way to do that is to understand the spillover effects and also the relation to other actors, as well as other values and political systems in a region. And in studies we have done, this is from Sweden, and it is what is called a minimum spanning tree. So we can see the relation between culture and cultural heritage and other databases. The easiest way to understand the figure on the right-hand side is to see that you have something big, like a ball or a diamond. And we understand that is the power of the region. And this power is pretty much based on the industrial heritage in the region. And maybe it could be explained as the intangible industrial heritage. And this intangible industrial heritage has affected the organization of the region. So that means that the policy and the decision-making processes has been developed within the industrial society, so to say. And today, if we speak about something new here, something innovative, we can speak about heritage-led development or culture-led development, or we can speak about the climate change needs for this. The way we understand this figure is that it is problematic to see how they can actually take the fight, so to say, with the power in this region. We've seen some examples here from Fengerfors, for instance, but with this analysis, we can also see how and which relations could be the most successful one to develop further. So meaning that we can give this understanding as an evidence-based solution to the policymakers and also responsible for instance, for the public budgets, to see which part should they give priority to in order to develop this circular economy society. So this is also a way to understand how to open up for new partnership, and also to leave the silo-oriented perspective from of course from our side, but also from the other sides. And I think that this is also an opportunity to strengthen the heritage as a driver for innovation, and also to see how it could also be part of what Christian Ost previously talked about, the sixth wave of innovation. And this is the important thing to take this step for strengthening heritage within the circular economy. So with this slide, it is also possible to see the region's, let's say, opportunities and challenges for the smart specialization and especially the adaptive reuse. So you can combine the planning of adaptive reuse to the planning of preservation of cultural heritage in a way that aiming at circular economy. So with this, I say thank you very much from me, and also take the opportunity to say thank you from Jermina, and looking forward to see you soon again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Krista. Thank you very much for this insightful presentation and for revealing results. of the study and work done within the CLIC. And now we move forward to the next presentation about the future of circular environmental impact indicators for cultural heritage buildings in Europe, kindly presented by Gillian Foster, the common work done by Sigrid Stagel and Gillian Foster from Vienna University of Economics and Business. Just quickly to introduce, Sigrid is an economist and full professor of environmental economics and policy and at Vienna University, as well as international expert in the field of ecological economics. She's currently the chair of the Department of Socioeconomics and director of the Competence Center, Sustainability, Transformation and Responsibility. We also have with us today Gillian Foster, who is an assistant professor at the Vienna University of Economics and Business in the Institute for Ecological Economics, where she investigates circular economy business models, ecological indicators of circularity, and decision support analysis. What Gillian will be presenting today is very complementary to Krista's presentation and great work done within the work package too. Gillian, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Yamina. I need to add one very special thing to your special person to your introduction. Haliki Kreinen is here with us. Haliki also co-authored the paper that is the discussion of today, and also one of the additional papers in WP2. We consider this paper, The Future of Circular Environmental Impact Indicators for Cultural Heritage Buildings in Europe, the capstone paper of the WP2 work, and it also fit into the overall CLIC impact assessment framework. Okay, an environmental indicator should be relevant, clear, specific, measurable, and actionable. Next slide, please. And what we did was, from our focus on environmental indicators, we built up from new knowledge to new policy. So in the first phase, we looked at what was the state of the art of current practices globally over the 10-year period, 2008 to 2017, of environmental impact indicators for arch buildings, with this first paper that Haliki and I co-authored. Second slide, please, or next slide, please. Then we looked at, what do you do? What are the circular economy strategies that reduce environmental impacts? And that's this paper. Next slide, please. Then we are going to the topic of today, and this paper we'll handle in more detail. And this paper achieved two tasks. One, we analyzed the best practice comparing environmental impact assessment, life cycle analysis, and green building certifications, and also emerging European regulatory models to actual practice, what was happening, which we developed in the first paper. And then we proposed a comprehensive framework for environmental impact indicators for adaptive reuse of cultural heritage. Next slide, please. So now we're focused in on this one paper. We used a method of developing environmental indicator sets based on Niemeyer and de Groot. And we had some simple steps. We defined the scope and the research questions. We identified the existing sustainability regimes. And we developed essentially a causal network. So how do what makes environmental impact happen or be reduced? Then we developed the new ArchCE indicator framework, and then we made policy recommendations based on our previous analyses. Next slide, please. So our research questions, essentially, what the landscape looks like, how do current practices for CEE environmental indicators stack up, and how do they fit with the macro level EU sustainability policies? Next slide, please. Actually, can you go one more slide forward? So what we really, this picture says it all. At the top, you have everyone looking down and making plans for what should happen with these historic houses, let's say. At the bottom, you see the people who are actually doing it. Here's the micro level. This is where the EU indicator regimes are actually happening and being carried out. And I reflect on what was said in the last session particular by Vera Gregorio, where you have this concept of theory, strategy, governance, and implementation. And the comments that Emanuela Domina also said, and this is what we were trying to get at. So could you go back one slide, please? No, the other way, backwards. One back. The back. Perfect, thank you. So here are the indicator regimes. Life cycle analysis, environmental impact analysis, BREEAM, building certification like BREEAM, and levels. These are what we say would be next generation because they're under development, or they were under development when we wrote them, and now they're out, but they're not fully incorporated yet. And you have these macro indicator regimes, which are the resource efficiency scoreboard, the circular economy indicators, and the state of the energy union indicators. So please forward. And one forward again. There, perfect. So this is from the paper, it's straightforward. We line those up, what those regimes are, and we compare them to what is happening. And we did that, and we broke it into the categories that existed: indicators of direct reduction to new natural materials extraction, indicators of direct reductions to energy use, direct environmental improvements, and indirect reductions to energy use or pollution. Okay, next slide, please. And what we discovered in the end, when we came up with this framework of 20 indicators, is that there were some things that weren't generally included. So we highlighted what wasn't included and we proposed them. So for example, traditional and/or biomass isn't typically included, or implementing natural heritage conservation of the site specifically, either as legally protected or so. We give an indicator for that and point out what type of indicator is and the scope of it. And we consider this to be a bridging device. So it connects the micro to the macro. It doesn't say start over or do this only. There are regimes out there, but this gives the micro level managers a way of addressing adaptive reuse of cultural heritage specifically within this macro framework. Next slide, please. So our policy recommendations, the most important one is that there should be some harmonization at the EU level of directives and guidance that highlight everything at once. That would be really useful. And also to include building relevant indicators that are specific on CE that encourage the reuse of cultural heritage buildings. So that's our main findings. Could you please go to the next slide? Thank you. And that's thank you from Sigrid, Jillian, and Haliki, who was kind enough to join us today.
Thank you, Vienna team. It has been a great pleasure to have you with us presenting results and also being very much on time. So we have enough time to go further with our third speaker in the session and afterwards to discuss a bit more with our panelists. So I have a great pleasure to, well, not really introduce because you have seen her since the beginning, Antonia Gavagnolo, who will be presenting evaluation framework for circular culture heritage adaptive reuse from best practice to better projects. She's a researcher at CNR IRIS and a CLIC co-coordinator. She holds a PhD in evaluation methods at the University of Naples Federico II, and she's a coordinator of the Heritage of the Horizon 2020 project Biculture on circular economy models for culture tourism. Antonia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Yermina. I will try to be short in my presentation, but still I would like to mention our work at CNR IRIS, of course, together with Professor Luigi Fusco Girard, regarding the evaluation methods and tools for the assessment of multidimensional impacts of cultural heritage adaptive reuse. I need to thank first also all the partners who were contributing to this work. So it's really a teamwork, interdisciplinary work. So the CLIC evaluation framework, of course, takes the cue from the framework presented by Luigi Fusco Girard this morning. It is a conceptual framework, but also I go back, but also it is a process, a set of evaluation tools to assess circularity and impacts of cultural heritage adaptive reuse. So we developed methods and experimented methods, criteria and indicators. So we start from the different concept of value of cultural heritage, the different notion of value. So an enriched notion of value that takes from the idea of a social complex value proposed by Luigi Fusco Girard in his more than 40 years of academic work. And we tried to interpret this theoretical framework by bringing these three dimensions already mentioned: the regenerative capacity, this autopoietic capacity as a living system, as cultural heritage as a living system, with the symbiotic capacity, with the regenerative capacity. So this framework translates the theoretical concept into practical criteria, which are related to these three dimensions, these three qualities of a living system, of cultural heritage as a living system. So you see there are different criteria. I will not mention all. You will find it in the deliverables, in the publications. But what I would like to focus here is that we started from best practices analysis, and you have seen also in previous session the best practices that were presented in the platform. And so we started from analyzing the experiences of already developed adaptive reuse projects and identified the circularity criteria, as mentioned. Then we went to the ex-ante evaluation process to develop, we said, better projects. So how to bring the adaptive reuse into this circularity orientation. So I put here the picture of Edifici Mondo in Salerno. This is one of the cities in which we experimented the circularity framework to develop a project, an idea, a solution for the adaptive reuse of 4 buildings. So here we started a process that included this adaptation also in the evaluation framework. So you see this spiral that was presented by Professor Fusco Girard, because we started from an idea with a public consultation, opening up to the community to present their solutions, their ideas, and then we went through a process of developing more and more the details of these ideas, and also through the circular business model workshop that will be presented also tomorrow in the next sessions. And here, step by step, we developed more and more the details, and we had more and more data, information to be used for assessing which could be the impacts in the future, what we can foresee for the different solutions. And here in this figure, you see different possible solutions and different priorities that were given involving a community community in this co-evaluation approach. So we mentioned a co-evaluation that brings different stakeholders also on board on one table to discuss, to see which are the impacts of the different solutions, and trying to define then the most satisfying project adapted to the circularity idea. So to conclude, I will be quick. How to use this evaluation framework? It can be used for many applications. So first, it is useful for cultural heritage managers. Potentially for owners, let me go back, for owners and for public institutions to develop, for example, new call for tenders, call for ideas that are oriented to circularity from the start of the process. So it also links with the quality principles for cultural heritage interventions that have been developed by ICOMOS and the European Commission. So it integrates the data, the information through these indicators. And so just to conclude, this is also a performance assessment tool to monitor the results of projects in view of better funding, better governance, better business models. So we tried to really link all the different dots of CLIC through this evaluation that will support all the actions in cultural heritage adaptive reuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonia. We are getting back on track with our timing. I have noted many points, but I think it will be really more interesting if I discuss them together with our panelists. We are happy to have 4 panelists following the session. So we have with us Cristiana Parisi, Assistant Professor at Copenhagen Business School, Department of Operation Management, and she is also a Reflow Project Coordinator. I think we will have an opportunity to hear from Cristiana's inputs on circular cities and something that is maybe more linked also with Chris's presentation. We have with us Marko Akri, Conservation Architect and Researcher at the University of Nova Gorica and professor at the doctoral program in cultural heritage studies. He is also experienced as a professional architect, which is very relevant for the topic, and culture consultant in different contexts, including UNESCO, World Monument Fund, and others. Furthermore, we have with us Magdalena Roszczyńska, Assistant Professor at the University of Warsaw, Institute for Social Science, and she works in understanding human behavior, social context, psychology of decision-making, etc. Last, but definitely not least, we have Salvatore Greco with us, visiting professor at the University of Poznan and full professor at the Faculty of Economics of the University of Catania. So it's very clear that we have very interesting and relevant panels with different capacities and skills within panelists. So I have a first question, because I noted down here the smart specializations, negotiations, environmental impact, evaluation framework, performance assessment. And I would first like to give the floor and ask the question maybe to Cristiana in relation to how is circularity applied in large cities, because many of these topics, especially about negotiations, performance assessment, evaluations, can be very tricky when it comes to big cities and big systems. And then afterwards, I would like to hear Marco's reflections on can circularity be applied also in small cities, and which adaptation do we need to make in this regard. Cristiana, I hope you're with us.
Yes, I am.
Great,
Thank
you. Yes.
Perfect. And thank you so much. So as you can read, I'm an associate professor in management control at the Copenhagen Business School. And first of all, I would like to thank the CLIC project for hosting me and for giving me the opportunity to present my work and to actually contribute to your discussion. If you could go to the next slide. Thank you. I mean, to answer your question, Jasmine, I think that one of the key elements is the way you theorize about circular economy, because in our partnership now, I'm talking to you from Vejle, which is the smallest of our partners. But as you can see from these slides, we have a number of large cities and European capital, as well as 2 smaller partners in our consortium. And actually, I think that the way we theorize about circular economy, including the social and not only the environmental assessment, actually open up for different adaptation of the concept to different circumstances, and also the technology and the urban governance structure that we have put in place at European level also helps us understand and tailor the need of different cities. For example, now that I'm in Vejle, I can see that circular economy is really a lot about involving citizens and actually giving them tools and knowledge and competency to actually improve the way they operate on a daily basis, and how to escalate and to scale up, while other larger cities like Amsterdam, who's presented here today as well, already have a structure in place and need to support and to see innovation in that sense. And very briefly, in the figure that you see on the left-hand side of this slide, there are the building blocks of our project where that we use to theorize what circular economy is. And the first one is the business and society, where actually we are measuring, and this is actually links to what Professor Fusco Girard and what Antonia were saying. We are actually thinking of how to measure and capture the value of circular economy, both from an environmental, but also from a social perspective. And if you can go to the next slide. I won't spend a lot of time on the methodology, which is complex, but I thought it was interesting to present it also, and now that I've heard the presentation from CLIC, because, for example, if you look at the circular design thinking, the phases and the spiral, this is what we came up as a continuous improvement of the concept and the implementation, and that is very similar to what Antonia was presenting for the evaluation of the cultural heritage. So I think that there are a number of points in common when it comes to understanding and valuing the different tangible and intangible component of the circular economy in order for it to translate into an element that can be implemented. And for us, it was really the translation from our theoretical framework coming from different competences to the defining and measuring an impact and pattern, so to say, that has been done. And if you could look at the last slide, please. Well, this is, again, I won't go into detail, but this is how we theorize and how we look into how the spiral that we initially theorized could evolve. And as you can see in the picture on the right-hand side, it's hard to read, but it goes from the blue up to the white, meaning that based on the building blocks that we have defined and on the different values that in our and in the literature and in our cities consideration compose the circular economy, we can escalate at different levels. So from a simple innovation, how we can escalate to have product and tech innovation, circular business model innovation, social and technical, and finally how we can change society. Because of course, I guess we all have large objectives in mind. And this is how we're theorizing, how we're working currently with our cities. Reflow is a 3-year project that started in 2019 and will end next year. So
thank you, Christiana, and also thank you for reminding us for not reinventing the wheel. We are working on similar topics, maybe from different perspectives, but we have common points to tackle and to discuss. And also thank you for focusing on this social component. And I think later on Magda will give us some thoughts on that. But first, I would like to invite Marco to give us his inputs on the question that was posed. Marco, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfectly.
Okay, so thanks a lot. So I would like, I also prepared a few slides that are somehow putting us into the specific case study of CLIC and in specific of Rijeka, where I would like maybe to tackle your question by picking the example that we could somehow test in the city of Rijeka. That could be applicable both to, let's say, larger context at city, at big cities or metropolitan context, as well as small maybe settlements, starting from, in any case, by the assumption that what is giving conditions is not that the extension of the context, but the complexity of the context. But before saying that, I would maybe add a few things as a conservation architect, because we say a lot from the theory, but then when we are in the building site, things are different. So I was very much pleased by this CLIC project when I was looking at it as a conservation architect, because investigating the connection between the circular economy and cultural heritage preservation, there came immediately the understanding of the opportunity to enforce the preservation efforts that were maybe mentioned this morning by the ICOMOS president. So the doctrine, let's call it, and recalling the so-called traditional circular heritage making practices, but also to find more convincing support from the economics that maybe relying a little bit more on the intrinsic qualities of heritage and not only on the values that were theorized. So the investigation could find, I would say, a significant openings and possibility for the historic urban landscape before left as a potential integrated methods, but always, I would say always, or maybe almost always applied through the traditional sectorial practices. So by introducing, and this is interesting for me, and intentionally, the connotation of circular to what the tradition was simply calling economy, permitted to really open scenarios for heritage, to be tackled through compatible use, given its circular nature, that actually allow us to state that heritage is increasing in, let's say, in brackets, value in time, differently from other, let's say, goods. So if we go to Rijeka to respond to reply to your question as an example, so Rijeka, maybe you know, is a cultural capital, was cultural capital 2020. The opportunity was inevitable in this case, because witnessing a considerable cultural heritage in the city that is far beyond the built environment, so not only movable and immovable objects, but also intangible knowledge, the city is in the process to rediscover its outstanding social capital, mostly visible in commitment to learn and test. And this is one of my keywords in this regard. So commitment, to be ready to put the hands on. Then such commitment permitted to immediately design a spatial context where, and this is the slide, where the principles of the circular, before the previous slide, where the principles of the circular economy on urban landscape could be tested by conceptualizing, and this I have to thank, of course, the project I'm also involved in, was mentioned before, Urbinat, the so-called cultural corridor, a space that becomes place by applying the principles of circular economy and heritage valorization, a place where the heritage, or I would prefer aesthetic community, could blossom, a place evidently displaying, and this was important in our work, the characteristics of the common pool resources and their governance rules, as highlighted by the experimental work of Elinor Ostrom some years ago. So relying on this multiple application of circularity in heritage that was mentioned by, for example, Christian Horst at the beginning, by Gillian Foster a few minutes ago, in space and time, this is also important, ranging from the material and object scale to urban planning and governance scale, but still in time, the corridor could be tested, but only in part, of course, not fully due to the pandemics, through the initiative called Urban Seeding. So please go to the next slide. And this is where I would like maybe to show how we can actually apply to different scales. Urban seeding that could show successful and unsuccessful stories. And in fact, the seeds in agriculture are successful and unsuccessful, as based on the implementation of low-cost, replicable, and known interventions in the built environment that are meant to reconnect the disconnected urban landscape. So we were working on the proximities, on the interstitial, let's call it, in between spaces of the city, of course, in addition to the objects. So the application of the seeds inspired by a catalog, so inspiration is also important, and experiences from the ECA and CLIC should be guided by the objective to create livable and creative neighborhoods as inspired by Urbinat. So a city where cultural entrepreneurship supported but not funded by the local government, and this was important for Rijeka, a specific context of Rijeka, could have been a rule. The urban seeding was performed through a situated learning methodology, and here, repeat, situated learning is also important because the actors of the landscape are those ones that are living the landscape, it's not only those ones that are planning the landscape. Methodology that was implemented through an interdisciplinary group workshops involving young professionals, but mostly important as future inhabitants of the city. So the aim is to build a historic urban landscape made sustainable by a fractal proximity-based fertility, which is opposite to the traditional, let's call it, linear planning. Such idea is permitted basic self-evaluation formats, and here you see on the bottom right of here you see, of course, the catalog we proposed, some examples of the workshops we carried out in specific spots of the city, but also the self-evaluation grids that is very rude, let's say, very basic, but was implemented and organized by the participants of the workshop, which is, in the perspective of the common pool resources governance, quite a successful, I would say, tool, to monitor and then offer a feedback to the implementation of the site. So if I may just simplify what I would like to say in this regard, so how to plan the circularity in different contexts, including the small settlements, I would say that important is to create an aesthetic community, I would say, more than thinking about involving local communities, because more and more we are having, especially in Europe, less traditional communities as we intended. Then the landscape approach, when the user is also the owner and not detached from the context. The practice of the situated learning, experiencing, so examples, and mostly the proximity. And then planning through the fractal idea. So based on proximity and not on, big context and long-term, only long-term perspective. So this is what I would like maybe to say in regard to what was said this morning, but also to your question. So thanks.
Thank you, Marco, very much. I would take 2 points that you mentioned at the very beginning, complexity of the context and commitment. And actually these 2 points are taking us to our 2 other panelists, Magdalena and Salvatore. And I would really like to, because they work with this social aspect that Cristiana mentioned, I would like to ask them how they see how to engage local communities in developing processes of adaptive reuse, and also how important social impacts towards circular and human-centered cities. Magda, maybe a few points from your perspective, and then also Salvatore.
Thank you, Ermina. These are great two questions, actually, and my 5 minutes won't be enough to answer them, but I will try to be brief. The monitoring of social impacts and involving local communities in adaptive reuse of cultural heritage is very important from, of course, many reasons. But here I would like to highlight that one thing about adaptive reuse of cultural heritage. That these projects means a change. This change affects not only a building, but also individuals and most of all communities. Therefore, I think there are two questions that any leader of any project, like private or public investors, should ask themselves before starting the project is in what way the project will change the community, in what way it affects the community, and what will the community gain from the project, but also what they will have to lose. There are always trade-offs in any project. Adaptive reuse projects transforms something old into new, but in order to make space for this new, we need to be ready to lose some elements of the past. For example, development of the new building might take green area away, and adoption of an old building takes away some functions, old functions of the building. Installation of new technologies, eco-friendly technologies or circular solutions that we were discussing in the CLIC projects are not different in this regard. And I believe that an open and inclusive analysis of these trade-offs with local communities is an important step. It requires involvement of these local communities because they know best what they need, which direction they want to go, but also what they are ready to lose or change in their culture. We have to remember that communities are often afraid of a change because the change is unknown, it's something new. And it's actually this being afraid of new is quite adaptive trait of humans, but it might be also an obstacle on the way to the triumph of the project. Therefore, it is important to engage people in a process at the earliest stage and learn from them which aspect of cultural heritage is important element of their identity and which elements convey values they believe in, which values are important to these communities. It is also important, I think, that cultural heritage, to underline that the cultural heritage has a special role in development of local communities. Cultural heritage affects the place attachment, place identity, the feeling that people feel rooted. These feelings translates into motivation to take care for the surrounding and to engage in local initiatives. This feeling of being a member of community is especially important in situation of crisis, which was very visible during COVID pandemic. And according to Maslow, if we want to meet higher needs, we first need to meet this need of belonging as humans. And by strengthening some values, norms, and traditions in adaptive reuse projects, we might influence the shape of local communities. Not engaging people in the process may build apathy and lower the feeling of agency, which are not very desirable traits in any democracy or community. I think that the biggest challenge that we are facing as humanity is, of course, the global warming. Therefore, the strengthening these properties of the communities that make them more adaptive and sustainable is, of course, a must. But to do this, we need to understand which properties of community makes them more sustainable. And as a psychologist, I was mainly interested in these aspects of the project. Our aim was to find the properties so we could measure them and monitor either their evolution in time after the completion of the adaptive reuse project. We identified 6 properties. I don't have time to talk about all of them, but
Sure.
I would like to mention here one property especially. This is this common meaning that ensures that people share an understanding of the surrounding world and the challenges that it faces. Cultural heritage actually interacts with these common meanings, shapes the common meaning that this local community has. And to build a new norm or behavior might be very hard work, but when a new norm or behavior is compatible with existing norms, culture, or this common meaning, the task becomes much easier. So looking for common points between past and presence might be crucial for the success of the project. And cultural heritage is this link between past and future. It is important element of the discussion on where the community was in the past, but also who they aim to become in the future. It is a reference point that might show constant growth of the community, its evolution. Cultural heritage shouldn't, therefore, cultural heritage shouldn't be perceived as unchangeable. And
yeah, thanks.
I'm not sure if I'm out of time, but maybe I would like to mention 2 more things.
Yeah, just quickly, we are very short of time, and we would like also to hear Salvatore, so just very briefly.
Very short. So 2 points that I would really like to mention is that we shouldn't look only at the human-centered cities perspective. We should really complement this approach with community-centered cities, because humans are social animals, and this dimension of building communities, notion of building community is very important. So in cities, there should be place that enable people to gather and build the community. And the other thing is how we can involve communities. And I believe there is no one universal way. We have to learn to use hybrid methods, because people differ, and they've got different aims, different interests. And first we have to know our community before we target them and try to involve them.
Thank you, Magda, for very clear inputs, very powerful inputs. I would like to turn to Salvatore for his perspective on the questions and the topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At the University of Portsmouth, we took into account the decision support point of view, because okay, we have all these principles related to the cultural heritage, but after we have to go to the real life, and we have to try to translate these principles in support to real policymakers to take good decisions. And of course, the problem was complex. It is not necessary to repeat all that been already said. It was multidimensional with a lot of stakeholders, systemic, because we have not to say to decide on a single items, but there are a set of items that have to be combined between them, evaluating the synergies. So to be short, in the literature there was practically nothing to do to handle such a complex problem, and especially from the point of view that I will tell you now, the solution to this problem has to be co-constructed together with the policymakers. You cannot say to the stakeholders, to the policymakers, this is the best solution because of my wonderful mathematical methods and the software and everything you want is telling you that this is the solution. You have to discuss with them, you have to construct together the solution. And the solution is good to the extent to which for the policymaker, for the stakeholders, this is understood and received as a good solution. So we have to develop formal tools because the problem is complex. So we need to use mathematical optimization and so on. But we have to permit that real stakeholders, real policymakers could understand what we are proposing, what we are discussing with them, could understand better the problem. And when they understand the problem, they could say, okay, so the final solution, the final proof that the solution is good, when they could say, okay, through this decision process, I really understood that this is a good solution for this reason and this other reason. So we also have to provide explanation to the policymaker, to the stakeholders. This has been our effort, and I will finish. The procedures, the methodology we developed now, we can say is something that is useful for the decision analysis domain. I mean, the whole decision analysis domain now could say that this methodology could be useful and probably in the future not only for cultural heritage, but also for the very hard problems that the whole humanity has to handle. So from this point of view, I believe that CLIC gave a very important contribution to the decision analysis domain and in general to the management of complex problems in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Salvatore. Now I have a relatively easy task to conclude the session as I had so great speakers and panelists. And one thing that I would like to underline from this session is really this added value of looking at one same thing from different perspectives. We have policymakers, we have smart specialization strategies, we have cities, we have authorities. And on the other side, we have communities, we have their approach and how to understand their needs and really to involve them since the beginning. So I would just like to say that this is really a combination of a top-down and bottom-up approach. And of course, much more than that, but if we would need to summarize, we could summarize it in one sentence, that this entire approach of circularity, of adaptive reuse is something that has to be coordinated from all sides, both cities, policymakers and communities. That I liked what Magda said, community-centered approach. So not only a human-centered approach, so we are going even one level further. Thank you very much to my speakers and panelists of today. Now I'm handling the floor to Ugo, Antonia and Luigi, who will probably have a bit more difficult task to conclude today all sessions and to also give us some insights what is expecting us tomorrow. Ugo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mina, for the great moderation and to your panelists, because it was indeed very interesting also to dig a bit more into the theory and the practice behind what we discussed this morning. So from my side, I don't want to take the floor more than what is expected, just to say a few words, also taking into account the lunchtime has passed even for the Mediterranean part of Europe, or less there, but still. So from my side, I want to say two main things. It's been a great day, first day of this conference, but we do have a second day which should be as rich as the first day. So stay tuned for tomorrow, where we'll dig into business model, entrepreneurship, and financial models that are key parts of the CLIC project. So today we were, if you want more, giving you a helicopter overview on the framework and discuss more about place-based innovation. And tomorrow we'll dig into really the core of the project in terms of financial and business models. And the second thing, we talk a lot about circularity today, not only about the tangible and intangible components of cultural heritage, and I want to stress how important and grateful I feel about the circularity within the EU research and innovation family. It's, you know, we always try to push for clustering activities, and I think today, yet again, has been a great synergies between, of course, not only CLIC and Open Heritage that use this project, but also with the project on inclusive urban regeneration, and as Cristina Parisi demonstrates, also with the project that are really at the core of circular cities in Horizon 2020. So I think this is so much needed, because as Yamina often said at the beginning and quite at the end, we don't need to invent the wheel. And I think it is very important that we capitalize on the amazing bulk of knowledge and practice that are emerging from our Horizon 2020 project. So thank you very much. Thank you also to my colleague Emanuela, that has been closely shaping not only this project, but all the related events with me, and to the organizer, and in particular to Luigi Fusco Girard and Antonia for the great cooperation and resilience throughout this challenging but super interesting project. So Antonia, I give back to you the floor, and then to Luigi. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Ugo. I would ask Professor Fusco Girard if you want to give some concluding words.
Yes, we are very tired. Our resilience is reduced very much. No, yes, many thanks to and many congratulations, because all speakers and all moderators have been able to make a contribution. Thank you to Ugo, thank you to Emanuela, thank you to Ikizaga. And thank you to all the participants. Only one thing, I think that all the presentations, has emphasized an element, and a common element, the need for a systemic approach to adaptive reuse. This means the capacity to think in another way, to think in a multidimensional way. And it is the logic itself of circular economy, because as conventional economy has given us a logic, a rationality. This is Schumpeter that emphasizes this aspect. The circular economy model offers us a new logic in which not only competition, but first of all, cooperation is a value. Is a value for producing economic wealth, and also for producing social benefits and ecological benefits. This is a new version of logic, a new version of rationality that we have to, and the starting point is exactly the circular economy model. And we applied this logic in the adaptive reuse of cultural heritage. Another element common is the is important, the cities, is linked to the experiences of the cities, Salerno, Västra Gotland, Amsterdam, and also Rijeka. And in terms of innovation in governance, for example, Salerno, innovation in the 4P partnerships, for new regulation of collaborative packs, for managing commons, and Västra Gotland, the same thing in the direction of integrating all plans or projects in a systemic framework, general framework. This means that new governance should be, first of all, able to stimulate regeneration capacity. Regeneration capacity means also, in terms of cultural terms, the capacity to regenerate trust. Cristina Garzillo has emphasized this aspect. Trust is the key element for implementing rules administrative tools, financial tools, economic tools. The electric car was invented more than 1 century, but it was not accepted by culture. Culture is a key element for effectiveness of public actions and then for governance. So we have proposed to start from intrinsic values of heritage to emphasize these immaterial aspects of new governance. And trust is a key element for cooperation, for producing synergies and so on. And we should become able to regenerate trust at the same speed in which trust is consumed by capitalistic market model. This is, in conclusion, my reflection. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks so much to Professor Fusco Girard, to Ugo, to all the panelists, speakers of today. Tomorrow we will meet at 9, so you will receive the link for tomorrow's sessions. It will be about innovative circular business and financing models for cultural heritage adaptive reuse. So we will go more in depth into the economic matter and financial with great speakers. Let's look at the agenda online on the CLIC website. And I don't want to give more reflections. We have a lot to think until tomorrow. So let's have a lunch for now and see you tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.